I'll tell you what, it's never easy. It ain't easy being me, I'm just saying. Trying to see if the damn patch is working. I couldn't get OBS to work again. Every time that thing pauses, I think it crapped out on me. Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Nation Network. I am your host, Vince McSham. And we are here after just downloading the patch everyone's been waiting for to see just how broken 2K is now. All right. I've still not seen any official patch notes. There's been a lot of people trying to report on it, and nobody's been able to put up, at least as of a half hour ago, I couldn't find anything official, other than it addresses render issues. What I've been hearing is that everyone using these renders for the characters for the load-in frames is causing the problem. And I can tell you straight up that is bullshit, because I have none. I'm not using them because it takes away image slots, and I'd much rather use those towards attire on a roster. And mine crashes like a motherfucker. And I am on literally the last... Like, if I add one image right now, it'll crash my universe mode. Now, we're going to see if that's the case after the patch has been downloaded, which I just did. Welcome aboard, everybody, before I get too ahead of the train here. Corey Andrews in the house. Juan Cordero, how are you guys doing? Dwight Braswell, thank you so much. Paid $90 for NASCAR Ignition, and it still sucks. Well, I'm here to tell you, Dwight, money is not the object, because I paid $125 for my NWO edition, and it was digital, no less, which should be cheaper because you're not costing the company any physical media. There's no box art, there's no box, there's no disc. That's supposed to bring the price down, but no. And it's still a broken sumbitch. So we're going to go right into this. We're not playing. We're going to start out with Showcase. I haven't done anything. No, not Showcase. Sorry, my bad. We're going to back out of Showcase. Bye. We're going to go into Universe mode. We're going to see that it's all working, which it should be. It was working fine yesterday. I've done nothing since I logged out. Okay, so there we go. Universe mode is working. Everything's there. It's all happy, hunky-dory, boom. Now, we're going to download one creation. Let's jump online. Servers are going to be crushed now if it's actually working, because now people are going to start downloading stuff again. Infrared TV, what's up, buddy? And you're right, we're all waiting to see, including me, and we're going to find out right now all together here. So we're going to go to downloads. Going to pop over here to our superstars. And then we are going to do the search. And go to, I think, nope, try this way. Going to go and look for the Britt Baker. We found a really good looking one yesterday that I've been waiting. Go to most downloaded. I don't know why that's not the first option. It should always be the first option. It's been in the past. I feel like it took away my search, though. And we're back to most recent. Mother, son of a bitch. All right, let's try it this way. What's up with that? Well, might be the first thing not fixed. Yeah, it's clearly not the search that I put in. Let's try one more time. I told you there's going to be stuff broken that was working fine. Let me go back out here. Let me put it in the first. Let me actually type it in from scratch just in case. Who knows with this game, man? And this is one of those things that was working perfectly fine till now. So I'm going to go ahead and flag that as the first screwed up piece of crap since the patch. All right, we've got 8 pages now. Let's go to most downloaded. So you have to retype. Anything you typed in as a search before, it's garbage. So now you got to retype it from scratch. Not the end of the world if everything else works right. This is the one I want. We've already given it the upvote. Creator is Blunty. And it looks like Blunty did a damn good job with this. So let's download it. Juan found a 90s Hogan. I actually saw a Hogan that looked pretty good, but I already got him in the game. I'm not going to download anymore. All right, we got her. We got her. Now, we'll have to back out. And it's a moment of truth time right now. Back to universe mode. Let's see if it crashes. So far, so good. Hey, hey, hey! What's up? Maybe there is hope. Now, that's only step one. We got plenty to do here, folks. We ain't done yet. Let's go back to our online mode, shall we? Because for me, there are two major things that had to be fixed immediately. That was one. This will be the other. Now, if there's anything I haven't covered in those two that you guys need to know if it's fixed or not, hit me up and we'll see what we can do about that. I know there was an issue with the ladder bridge, but I hadn't done a ladder match where I put the bridge together or anything, so I don't know what the issue was. I'm guessing the ladder didn't break, or maybe it didn't bridge properly. I don't know. So go back here to communities. Gonna get back into our downloads one more time. And this time we're gonna go after championship belts, because as we all know, that didn't work so good. Okay, page 1. Wow, I cannot believe there's not an AEW in the top slot. I mean, they got the women's and all that, but I thought they would have like that. Before I grab one, let's just take a quick look at what we got. I haven't looked at any of the belts since I couldn't download them. This is clean for the TBS. So we'll go ahead and take that. Give it an upvote. Looks good. And I gotta believe they would have fixed this. So many people were upset about it, and it is a major issue. We'll go ahead and take the women's title. Give it the upvote. Speaking of giving it the upvote, guys, if you're watching this stream, please click the like button. It doesn't take but a second, and it really does help us get the word out. We have been expanding since the 2K launch. Numbers have been great. I'm so happy. That's why I keep streaming. You guys determine how much streaming I do, honestly. The more feedback I get, the more I want to do it. So I appreciate you guys. If you got social media out there, share the page with any other wrestling fans you know that might want to check us out and give us a chance. Corey Andrews, how the heck are you, buddy? Yeah, that globe belt does look pretty clean, doesn't it? If I was doing NWA, I'd grab it, but I'm not. I can't even watch NWA anymore. It's so disappointing. I loved them so much when they came back, but I feel like they've just gone downhill pretty steadily. I'm going to grab that. Again, click that thumbs up button. Thank you, guys. I'm seeing them come in now. Appreciate it. Keep it coming. Feeling the love. The love stream. Okay, and that leaves us with the tag team titles, and I think that's all of them after that, right? There's that upvote. Boom. Oh, you guys are too kind to me. Look at those likes coming in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep them coming. Glad to hear you're doing well, buddy. I'm actually excited to stream today, thinking that they might have fixed stuff and I can actually play this game instead of having to flip around all over the damn place. I was coming up with some real creative ways to do an AEW card, because I could play AEW in an out-of-universe mode, but that's a pain in the ass when you have to set up each match individually. And we'll take the FTW title for the hell of it. And since we're downloading and we're here, we might as well just grab a few other things while we're at it. Infrared, thank you, man. I appreciate that. So, yeah, when my PS4 was down for a few days, I'm like, I got to do something. And what am I going to do? And it's okay, well, I can't stream the way I want to, but I can do stuff for the stream. So I basically just took some old video and clipped it together and decided I was going to make my own commercials instead of advertising other people's products. Why not advertise my own? And then just seeing how the numbers have been going up in the last 2 weeks, I was so appreciative of you guys. So that's when I hit up Chris Van Vliet and said, hey, man, do a shout out to the community because they're awesome and they are just making things happen here for me, and I appreciate them. And I'll tell you what, I couldn't have scripted and directed and had that 30 seconds come out as great as it did. He did that all on his own. with very little input from me. Again, man, when I got that, I just watched it, and I was like, that's fucking amazing. Because, and I would never talk bad, but like Tito Santana. Here's a guy, granted, back in his day, you weren't doing a lot of, they were doing some promo stuff, but anyway, you can see he was like reading it for the first time when he rattled off the one that I've got on him. And it wasn't all that great, and I was kind of thinking, all right, but I love Tito, so Tito's my guy. Danhausen, now, he did everything I expected him to do. I just told him, I said, here's the deal, and then just, do you. And he did everything and then more than I would have wanted to. There were some other guys I was looking at thinking I would like to use them, but then I'm watching, like Joel Gertner, for example. I wanted to use him. I thought it'd be perfect. And if you watch his cameo intro video, it's great stuff. It's like, well, like we used to. But then you watch all the videos he has done for people, and it's all like, well. And I'm already falling asleep. I was like, no, I need energy. And there's Chris Van Vliet, and I was like, this guy gets it. I mean, he is a spokesperson. This guy should be doing more than he's doing now. All right, so we got the belts. We're good there. Let's check out, in case you guys didn't hear, what's the status and some other guy. I don't know who the other one is. Another PC guy who mods. Well, the other guy, I should say, let's get it straight, uploaded, and it's already gone. Current day Bret Hart. Well, current day in the sense that his last WrestleMania appearance against Vince McMahon, where he had the black shorts and the gray hair. Apparently that's in the game. I'm going to guess it's in the My Rise mode or something like that. And he put that out there, as well as I forget what other character. All I know is 2K wasn't happy about that. So the YouTube guy was telling me, download these things right away. They're going to be gone. And I jumped on at like 6 a.m. before I went to work, and sure as hell it was already gone. So didn't get a chance to grab those, unfortunately. So that's why. And he was using, this other user was using hashtag what's the status, knowing that so many of us are going there because he's been doing the mods. So keep checking these guys as much as you can. Now, the other guy might have been banned at this point because I'm guessing he did not get permission, whereas what's the status did, and he's apparently taking some time off right now. Let's take a look at these. Are my favorite guys, so let's see what they got of anything new. Nope, that's all pretty much where we were yesterday. I'm going to take this, though. I already gave him the up. Again, while my PS4 was down, I was still working on the channel, man. I've been working on the channel all the live long day. So I was already looking at stuff, trying to figure out what I would be able to use, what I'd want to use, that kind of stuff. Is this? Let me see. There was an Andre. Oh, this got a second tire all of a sudden, too. Let me give him an upvote. What the hell? I don't think I have Andrade yet. And if I do, well, we'll have to have a Call Wars episode and figure out which one we keep and which one we kick. If you're just joining us so far, one of the major hiccups seems to have been corrected, and we're going to double check on that as well as the belts. And make sure that that all works still. If you have anything else besides those two things, here's that Hogan that I was looking at, probably the same one you were looking at. It does look pretty good, but he's already in the game, and I'm just not going to waste call slots on something that's in the game. If there is a glitch that was supposed to be taken care of, let me know. I'm so tempted on that one. This does look super good. You know what? I'm going to take it for now. Not sure if I'll use it or not, but I'll take it for now. And I will never call Pete Dunne Butch. I don't give a shit. That is embarrassing. I don't think he's happy about that. How can you be? You've established a name, man. All right, take a quick look at anything that just got posted recently, because a lot of the best stuff, you can easily find it within the last few hours because people have spent time working on them before they release them, and they haven't had a chance to work their way up the ladder quite yet. So sometimes I find some really good shit in the bottom 5 pages. And if not, then we just jump to the top. Judas, you know who is what? Dolph Ziggler. Ted Bundy. Like the murderer Ted Bundy, or is there somebody else out there? It's like, damn, that's dark. New World Order. Caitlyn Jenner. Don't let her hit you with her dick. Hey, here in Central Florida, Disney cast members, I don't know how many, but there was a pretty big walkout is all I heard. How much is big? I don't know. Oh, yeah, dude, there's an excellent Steamboat. Matter of fact, you'll probably see him here in a second as we go up to the beginning of the roster. And again, this is not a bad Chris Jericho, just nowhere near as good as the other one, which we'll see here in a moment, I'm sure. And I can't believe he hasn't worked his way up into the top page. It is a travesty. Oh, yeah, we need to get a Braun Breaker, but it's another page behind still. Still catching up. In fact, Donald Trump is ahead of Braun Breaker or any of these other ones. Okay, Roddy King, I don't know if I already uploaded him or not. I'm going to hold off only because he's got so many images, and there'll be duplicate images, and then when you start deleting them, you got to... Who knows how it'll affect the damn game. This is the Chris Jericho right here. This thing is so freaking perfect. So if you've seen any of mine, then this is what we're talking about. This is by Diffract, and Diffract is the man. Simple and plain. We're going to take... I think we're going to take Ty Conti. I'm going to do a search first, see if anyone else has put one up. It's just so many on that. Oh, there we go. Yes, Chris Statlander. Going with that, or I gave the thumbs up. What rope glitch where the guy just runs into it and doesn't stop? Yeah, I heard infrared about that, and also that it isn't unlockable either. That was, by the way, by Enenra Cause. E-N-E-N-R-A Cause. Was that Chris Statlander, which, by the way, it was a really good one. I don't know why I'm not looking at the content by the creator. Anytime I find something that's really good, I always go to the content. So there's a Britt Baker. Doesn't look as good as one I already got, so I'll stick with that. And there you go. I was looking for her anyway. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's it. So we're going to grab that one as well. No, I didn't download it, dumbass. Wrong button. I've only had that glitch happen to me maybe once, and I want to say it was in a simulated match, so I actually had to do something to get out of the match. If it's a match that I'm partaking in, then I can usually go and, like, clothesline and break it up, which still sucks, don't get me wrong. And we know this is not the last patch for these people at all. All right, let's start with what we got so far, all right? Let's take a look at this. All right, jump over here, go to our roster, go to our title management page, and we are going to assign this to Miss Thunder Rosa. Where are you at? Over here. And we're going to accept that. So as a creator, if you're creating a created wrestler to upload and you have already applied your render image for the startup screen, then the person downloading it will either have to do the same or have that ghost image or go into the creation edit and then just resave it. But you first have to go and add a thumbnail and then remove it if you don't want to have the thumbnail like me. So until I get to the very end, I'm keeping my Sting thumbnail, and I just put that down to every character and take it right off, and then all of a sudden it's good to go. All right, let's play one-on-one. We're going to push this thing out here and see how it does. First off, let's try it this way. It's faster and easier. Go to our custom superstars. Take Thunder Rosa. And we'll confirm that. And we'll make it a title match. Why not? Go over here. Custom superstars. Go to Britt Baker. No, that's my Britt Baker. Where's the other? Oh, I think it was under Doctor. Yeah. I'll probably change that. Championship. AEW Women's. I was going to change the arena. It didn't let me. All right. I thought we were going back to the load-up screen. But we're not. All good. Okay, it's a moment of truth time now. Let's see if the belt works and if we can actually see it. Once again, those of you just joining us, thank you for being here. Appreciate it very much. And please, just take a quick moment to click the like button down below. If you should happen to be new to the channel, make sure you click on the sub button and also click the bell notification so you know when we go live. I don't have a set time frame. I just never know when I'm going to do it. It's all a matter of when my schedule works for me and when I'm feeling the mojo. And I'm feeling good about today's stream, especially since the first issue seems like it might be corrected. Still long-ass load-in times. As I still dabble in 2K19 a little bit, I can tell you that I've been kind of comparing time when it comes to the call mode, especially inside the Creator Suite. And it was much faster in 2K19 and much better in 2K19. And I've already stipulated different things that are taken away from us in 2K22 when it comes to creating wrestlers.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall.
One fall.
It is for the Women's Championship.
Splendid. Let's see it. And it went dark in the arena. The good doctor is in. Let's get a look. She's using the Tessa Blanchard entrance. That's okay. Jacket spot on. Got the logos going. Oh, yes. That is good work right there. Worth the wait. Excellent job. Eric Spidey Pool, hello. How are you? AEW David is here. Well, I agree with you, David. 2K19 is still the better game prior to the patch. Now let's see. I got to give this an opportunity with the patch because I'll tell you right now, Britt looks damn good. Now, one other thing about 2K19 versus 22 is the hair. The hair looks plasticky in 22 on the created wrestlers. And if you look at her chin, there is that little light area where I might have to just put a dabble pan. Oh, they didn't fix the belts. Boo! The belts are still fucked up. But Thunder Rosa doesn't look too bad. Oh, 2K. Oh, Tom Watts, what's fixed is it appears that now that I've gone over my limits on images and stuff like that, I can still go into universe mode, which I was literally down to the point where I could not add one image without crashing universe mode. And I was right around 250, I think was my final count on whatever the number. It was like 230-ish. So Now I've downloaded several wrestlers. I've gone back in and let me go to universe mode. But as you can see, the belts are still fucked.
Introducing the challenger.
Yeah, Corey, the blacked out belt has been the issue from day one. That's never changed.
And introduce.
So, on the last stream, I showed everybody the only current workaround, and apparently it's staying. Oh, y'all can kiss my ass. I'm done. I ain't working. My workday's over. I'm so ready to quit that job. You have no idea. I can pick up a phone and have 2 other jobs. I don't need this shit. Yeah, Corey, the blacked out belt has just been from day one. So, Tom, it looks like you can go back to, and I'll do it again right now just to double check, and then we'll try and fix some belts here if we can. Back here, sorry. So I go to universe mode now, and let's see if it plays. Because obviously up until today, by now it would have crashed, and it's not. So at least we have that. So I can work around the belt thing for a while longer till they fix it. I'm presuming at the very least, and it doesn't matter because I can download my own if I have to, but I'm presuming that the images for the belts I have. So let's find out, shall we? Go to creations. We're going to go to championships. Yeah. Close. We're going to edit in this case, since we already have them. So this one here I made, okay? Let's start with that, in case you guys didn't see the past video. And for all you just joining us, once again, we are checking out to see what improvements or lack of improvements, and I don't know why those slide plates are looking dark, because they never did before. That's weird. I got to change those back. We're just checking to see what was fixed, and so far the only thing that I personally can tell you is fixed is universe mode won't crash when you download more stuff. So I am now over the old count that was allowable, which was right around 235-ish in total images, whether that's renders. And they kept saying, everything I was reading said the renders were causing the problem. Unless you're referring to all logos, whether it be arenas, whether it be a tire, decoration, what have you, then yes, those are renders. If you want to call them that, that's fine. But most people, when they refer to renders, are referring to the wrestler's image that shows up in the load-in screen. And that is not the issue. It's the total number of any images that you have. And it doesn't seem to matter whether it's the 512 by 512 or even the bigger ones with the 1024 by 24. It seems like it's a collective total. I don't know that if somebody did nothing but the smaller sized ones, if that would give you a few extra or not, although nobody does that because there's always a mix and mash depending what you're downloading. All right, so let's go over here real quick and check something out while we're here. We'll get to the left side plate, and for the life of me, I have no idea why it's black. That's wild. And it's not changing at all either. Huh. But for what we're about to do now, probably won't matter so much. And all I did is I took some other belt pieces to give them a little bit of texture on the side and make it kind of look as much as I could to the AEW one. Almost said AWA. Haha. All right, well, there's silver. If you dig deep enough, you can get you some. Now we're going to go to images and see in our custom images. And I'm going to presume they're going to be in the 512s. Yeah, these were the highest rated belts. Not the one I'm working on now. This one I made myself. And the reason it worked at all was because I put it on a plate. This is the way we had to do it years ago, right? Geez, Thunder Rosa and Statlander, how many friggin' logos just by themselves? So the good news is, yeah, all the belt logos are here that I'll need. Let's just find the AEW one, though. Did I miss it? That was mine. It might be in a smaller size category. Let's check this out. Although I'd be a little surprised. Normally with the belts, they stick to the 5. No. I seriously doubt it's going to go smaller, but we're going to check just so we can say we'd been there, done that. Unless maybe I missed it. Nothing there. Oh, snap. There are some people in here. Okay, well, there they go. And then I kind of wonder maybe if that doesn't have something to do with it. Maybe the size. Maybe size matters, you know what I'm saying? All my girlfriends lied to me. This is what we're looking for over here. Get down there, you monkey. Single. Gonna rotate that sucker. Rotate that sumbitch sideways. See how big we can get it to go here. If it's gonna fit this pattern somewhat nicely. So we're just gonna stretch it way up top like that. And then we'll go for the width. And again, this is not going to be perfect. This is just going to be for now until they figure out what else has got to be fixed still. But it still looks a whole lot better now than it did a second ago, right? We're going to emboss, and I think I had it at, up or down. No, we're going to say 11 looks good for right now. Then we'll jump over here, get rid of that, get rid of that. Back to our custom images one more time. And again, in this case, we're going to downsize. Which I know that saves you some building points. That doesn't really matter with a belt, though. How many points are you going to possibly use on a belt? Then we're going to go with the larger of the two for this one. Stretch it out that way. And stretch it height-wise. And again, this is not perfect, but it gives me something at least I can work with. It's not forever, it's just for now. And it's better than I was 24 hours ago, so. All right, back to our customs. And this is basically what I'll end up having to do with all these belts now until they can figure their shit out. Now, part of me is not sure if it isn't because these belts were made when the game was still not working properly, in which case maybe they have to resubmit the belts. Sounds a little hokey, but hey, look what we're talking about here, right? This is 2K, buddy. Yeah, David, I'll say one thing about AEW. They've made me watch wrestling again, and I'd kind of gotten away from that for the most part. And I actually went to a live show here in Orlando, a few weeks back and had a great time. That was shortly after CM Punk made his return. But the vibe there was just really a different kind of cool. I mean, wrestling stuff is usually pretty fun to go to, but this crowd was just a little different than anything I've been to before. I mean, I've done the whole ECW thing and WWF a million times over again, and they were all fun crowds in their own way, but this one was different. I don't know how to even explain it any more than that, but I enjoyed it. Made me want to go back again. I almost went back for the pay-per-view last weekend because it's not a far drive, but my work schedule just not a lot of free time right now. Bring this sucker all the way up. I mean, at least now I have some stuff that says AEW on it, so it looks a little bit more like the AEW Championship. By the way, the AEW is upside down on this one. Nobody will see it. Emboss. 211. And now we have the AEW title, and it will show up because, as you can see, the plate is there. But that's what it needs still. They still have not corrected that. Sadly. Now, 2K20 was a broken piece of shit, Johnny. Welcome aboard, Johnny. So that's how I made my AEW title, and now you guys have seen the final part of it. We'll bounce over here and do the TBS one, because I'm going to do it a little bit differently. And this is how I did it back in the old days when you had to have the plate. I mean, it's only been like the last 3 years that you could just get rid of all the plates and then put a logo on the belt. And again, I said this in the beginning when this 2K22 dropped and the issue was happening. Somehow, their programming isn't communicating well, where it's when you're hiding the plates, it's hiding anything on the belt. So when you put a logo on there, it hides that too. It's even hiding the texture because it's not showing up as even leather or concrete or whatever fabric or object you want to change the belt into. It just comes out that glossy plastic look. All right, so we're here. Why are they... Whoa, what are this guy? Well, hold on now. Maybe this is different. Because I can't even make changes to this one. All right, well, we're going to check that out real quick and see if maybe that makes... I wonder... now I'm curious. We already know this one doesn't work. Let me see this one. Oh, this is also blocked out. What's up with that? Is there an option where you can't make changes? Because, I mean, I can upload my own stuff. I don't need theirs. So at this point, I'm just getting rid of this one because it doesn't work. The AEW World Tag Team Championship. Let me see if these are all like that. Yeah, they are. Huh. And it's definitely not on a plate. Just doesn't make any sense that you can see it here and then you put it in the game and all of a sudden it's crap. Infrared, that's a good point too. Yeah, I might do that. Try downloading a more recent one and see if it makes a difference or not. All right, well, first I'm going to put this TBS belt on Cade and... Oops, wrong. Too many buttons. And see if it appears on her when she comes to the ring. And if not, then we're going to look for the most recent belts and see if it makes a difference or not. So let's go back to our options, go back to our roster. And then we're going to title management. We'll take the TBS title. Here's Jade Cargill. I said Cade before, I meant Jade. What else we got here? Statlander, let's go. This time we will select the arena because I want to really just push this thing all the way through and see what we get out of it. We'll go with Dynamite. VJ, you're right. There is always something wrong with them. And you can say that about almost every game. I mean, I've been playing Dying Light 2 now for a month, and it's still got many issues that haven't been addressed or have been addressed poorly. I'm trying to think. The only game that I can think of in recent times, and recent being a few years ago, was the first Horizon Zero Dawn. That thing was flawless for me. I had no issues with it from start to finish. Although I didn't get it on release day, so they might have already had the patches in by then. I've got the Forbidden West. I just haven't had time to play it, so by now they've already got patches on that, so... And I've even got Cyberpunk that I got on a hell of a deal because somebody was selling it that got sick of it. But now from all the patches they've done to it, I hear it's a playable game, but God knows it was right up there with 2K20 when it came out. Well, now, David, don't speak like that about the community. We are the development team. Don't you understand? They roll out a piece of shit, we pay for it, and then we tell them what's broken so they can fix it. We are the unpaid developers. And we do it every friggin' year. So what does that say about us? Click the like button down below if you're just joining the stream. I appreciate it. It helps out the stream. It helps out the channel. Gets more notifications. If you have social media accounts, share this with anybody you think is a wrestling fan. We get something out of it as we continue to wait for this thing to load in. Rockstar with wrestling? I don't know what that would look like. This is mine as well. Any of the arenas are mine. I haven't downloaded a single arena. I have downloaded some images. And I think the belt was black, right? Yeah, the belt is black. All right, so we're getting rid of all the belts, and then we're going to try downloading something that is very recent and see if that makes any difference. But I can hear Twitter already. The belts are still broken. Boy, that looks good. Wow. Spot on. Wow, did that one come out sharp. Excellent job. I'm going to have a good-looking roster. They're just not going to have any belts to hold their pants up. All right, we out of here. I said yes. Yeah, the talk is that EA is possibly going to be taking over. I'm so mixed emotions because so much of this game doesn't suck, but some pretty key things like we're dealing with right now, and there's no reason that it wasn't part of this patch. By the way, if any of you guys are free on another device to do any research and see if there's talk about, there's another patch coming tomorrow or in a few days to take care of the belt issue, let me know right here on the stream. I'd appreciate it. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is go to Creations and get rid of all those belts. So we go to Edit. The only thing I'm going to keep is mine. The rest of you are going away. Delete. 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 We're going to Matt. Oh, yeah, we got to get Matt Hardy. Thanks for reminding me. See how sad it is, man? That's what I should have, is that one right there that looks boss. And instead, I'm stuck. No, I didn't want to edit. Sorry. And I still love 2K19. I really do. I'm looking at the models there for the created wrestlers, and they are good. They hold up to this. The gameplay is better. The blood is much better. Everything in the game does what it's supposed to do. It's thoroughly vetted and patched out. No kidding, David. Did that Statlander not look absolutely phenomenal? Thank you for the comment, VJ, on the arena. That, again, that's one of mine. Yeah, I've heard a lot of bad things about NBA 2K. I've given up on the franchise a long time ago. Just the NBA in general, I won't watch them. Just like the NFL and Major League Baseball and all of them. All of those knee-taking, overpaid morons. Well, there's definitely supposed to be another patch. Did they give us a time frame as to when? All right, going online now. Community creations. Gonna go download. All right, well, here we have an AEW World Championship. Today's date, just a little while ago. Upvote it, download it, and make sure you upvote this video. Once again, if you joined us late, please click the like button down below. If you're not a subscriber, go ahead and sub. Make sure you're clicking the bell notification so you know when we're going live, because I don't know when I'm going live. There's a lot of belts coming up now, which almost makes me think that maybe that is the issue. Let's find out. And title management. We'll put this one on Kenny Omega. Nah, we'll put it on Adam Cole. What the hell? He's right there. And one-on-one. We'll see if it works. So we're going to go Adam Cole, baby, against Hangman Adam Page. And we're going to unify the titles. This time we'll go with Rampage. I think we did Dynamite last time. VJ, of course it's better than 2K20, but my God, that was the lowest bar ever set. I could have made a better game than 2K20, and I'm not even a developer. Oh, forgot to select championship. Sorry. Oh, wait, can we... Match options, title matches on. Let's see if we can do 2. Double title match is on. Haven't tried that before. Like I said, we're going to put this thing through its paces. We're going to kick the tires and drive it uphill and see how it holds up. As of right now, for me personally, just the fact that I can start setting up a universe mode is huge. And the fact that I can download the rest of a roster is huge. And then at some point in time, I can actually run most of my shows off of here. Here's the thing. I'm not going to ever get done with 19, simply because there's no way of doing interviews on this game. That's something we can talk about. There's no promos on this game in the universe mode. That we've already mentioned. But I thought I found a workaround. Now, if any of you have never messed around with the video option, we can dive into that in a little bit and just take a peek at it. I don't want to bore you with all the drawn-out processes that go on with it. But up until this year, as you would piece together a video, there was a point where you could then preview it in full screen. And what I would do is capture that footage, whether it was a run-in that I needed to happen in a match, and then I would just cut it into the live stream at the right time, whatever it was, okay? And then I would do that. Well, guess what you can't do? You can't preview it. All you can do is create this video and then use it on, let's say, your Titantron entrance. But there's no previewing the video. And I'm like, well, what the hell good is that to me? So I thought I was just going to take a bunch of different guys and girls and put them in a promo mode and then just record it and label it with their name. And then as I need them, boom, pop it up, and there they are cutting a promo. And I could do the voiceover work. Well, that ain't happening. So now I have to use 2K19 to do my promos, if nothing else. That might be all I use it for. Well, belts are still no good no matter how soon they were put in.
The following champion versus champion.
So even recent additions to the belts come out like crap. 2K, fix your shit. They should be embarrassed. You had 2 fucking years, man. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's mine. Never mind. Yeah, mine works because it's on a plate. For a minute there, I got excited.
And introducing the champion.
So again, if you want a belt that works, you have to use a plate.
235 pounds. Adam.
Sleeps in the house. The only thing it's fixed so far that I can attest to, as you can see, one belt is there, one is not. The one that's there is mine. Oh, and by the way, you notice how the nameplate's on the front of the belt, even though in the creation mode it's not? That's another issue. I specifically removed the nameplate, and then in the created mode it's not there, but as soon as you put it in the game, it's there. So there's still plenty of issues to be fixed on this thing. Yeah, Infrared, you can't preview them. You can't preview them. So as to what it did fix, it fixed the fact that you're allowed now to download a roster and download images and all that stuff and still play the game. You can go into universe mode now and it won't crash. So that's what it has fixed. And other than that, I can't see a damn thing fixed. Let me see if I can pull up the bug. No wonder they didn't list. Now it all makes sense. Why would they not list, as of today even, the patch notes? Because they knew people were going to lose their fucking minds that the belt still isn't fixed. Hold on a minute. This is 1.06, correct? Patch notes official. Let's see. Players may face online play match failures when players with a different version of the game. Now I'm guessing different version means console versus PC or Xbox versus PS4 or 5, as opposed to just somebody who has or hasn't updated. All it says is the latest update improves. That's a pretty big word right there. I didn't see the word fix. It improves logo use, create, and just the word create. Doesn't say create an arena, create a superstar, any of that. Ladder bridges, and general gameplay. How freaking vague can you possibly be? All right, 106 notes, March 22nd, added improvements to the logo use, create, it still says the same stupid shit. Improved superstar interactions. I'm not sure what that's about. Added general gameplay improvements. Again, that doesn't tell us anything. Improved stability and visuals. Visuals were the only good thing about the game. Fixed some other crashes. This is the worst notes in the history of patches. You didn't tell us a damn thing. And by the way, you didn't mention belts. Or, and again, the one thing, here's how you keep your people from turning on you. Let us know what the fuck is going on. They have gone cold, the developers have. Their Twitter has offered almost nothing for the last week, other than hyping up WrestleMania and ignoring the lion in the room. Forget the elephant, the lion who's going to eat you. Johnny Emerson, welcome aboard. We're having a great turnout today. Darius Ritchie, thank you for being here. Let me try and catch up with some of these comments, too, while we're at it. Clothing clipping. What exactly is clipping there, Sleep? So far, I really haven't had that problem, but I also haven't used a lot of the created wrestlers because of all the issues. You went to an ECW show in D.C. and a riot almost broke out. Let me tell you, there wasn't an ECW show where a riot didn't almost break out. I've been to at least 4 or 5 of them here in the state of Florida, and there were a couple of times where I was like to my buddy or my uncle, whoever I went with, it's like, yeah, we need to go. We're a little too close to the heat right now, man. Don't play with the fire. Yeah, infrared. I mean, look. Here's what's going to happen. If they switch over to EA Sports, it's going to suck. They are going to put out a total piece of shit game that will probably be maybe a half step ahead of 2K20. And the first year is a loss because they'll end up absorbing this content in part of the proceeds. Well, maybe not. Maybe they won't. The only reason 2K picked up THQ is THQ went out of business. They went bankrupt. So I'm sure all their IP and all that stuff went to WWE in this case because they had to have a product to put out. And all they did was took THQ stuff and put a little polish on it and shoved it out. That was it. In this case, 2K ain't out of business. Why are they going to give you their wrestling engine and all their stuff? Unless you're going to pay good money for it, but you're EA. Don't you want your own? EA would be smart if they really wanted to get this franchise, and I don't know that they really want it, but if they were going to go after this franchise, they would be smart to put out a wrestling game that works well. And it could be a bunch of no-name characters or a bunch of legends where, they're willing to sign away their likenesses for, pennies on the dollar just to have a little bit of a paycheck and be somewhat relevant again. And then put that out and have it work and work better than everybody else's shit. Where then the WWE can come in and all you got to do is scan in some new models, slap it on there, improve a couple of things and tweak a couple of things, and boom, there you're off to the races. And I think that'd be a much easier sell if you're EA trying to get WWE to loosen the grip on 2K's reins right now. If you want to let off that and come grab your product, well, show them you got a product. Show them you got one that's good. I'm not saying you got to put one out that does all the stuff this one does, especially if you don't have name recognition on it. But you can still put out a solid wrestling game. There's a core base out here that buys wrestling games that are good. We just don't have a big selection to choose from. So shorts on a female wrestler. I guess I just haven't got to that point yet. I mean, there's always been clipping. I mean, God, it's the bane of my existence when it comes to creating stuff. And once again, I want to welcome everyone joining us here on the stream. We've been checking out different aspects of the game after the patch. And what we can tell you so far is the good news is you can download a roster now and you can download as many images as you want, at least so far. I haven't hit a magic number yet. And then go back to universe mode, and universe mode still works. It doesn't crash the game. I haven't played an online match. I haven't played an online match in 5 years, so it's probably not going to change. But that said, I don't know how any of that is affected. So far as online play is concerned, I can only tell you that the core part of the game that should always be working is working. The belts are not fixed. Any downloaded belts come out black when you put them on and wear them out in the arena. The only exception to that is if you do what I was doing earlier today, which is put plates on the belt and then put images on top of the plates. Not the greatest solution, but it's working in the meantime, so you have something that you can actually have a visual image on. So case in point, we'll bounce over here, edit. Oh, no, we can't. That's right, because these are all blocked out for some reason. I guess if you don't create it yourself, you're SOL. All right, so we'll back out of that. Instead, we will delete it. Delete, delete, delete. Oh, and I forgot to get my Matt Hardy. Y'all supposed to remind me of these things. Come on, man. Once again, appreciate everybody being here in the house and joining me as we try to figure out what the hell is wrong with 2K. That might be a new show that I do here on this stream. What's wrong with 2K today? All right, back out of there. I'm going to grab that. You guys, if you have not seen this, Matt Hardy, it's absolutely phenomenal. And by the way, here's another little thing. I think most people have noticed it, or I'm doing something wrong, and you can let me know in the comments down below. But used to be like hashtags, I could put 2 or 3 different words. Now, there is no space button. There's a backspace, but that's it. Let me just try something before I say that. Maybe I was... So, like, if I want to do Matt Hardy, I got to use 2 lines. I got to use this one, and then... Yeah, triangle won't go. Square is going to back it up. Circle won't go. Ooh, mercy. That backed me out. Yeah, and that'll just select the letter. Yep, there's no spacing. So I literally have to go Matt on one line. And it's the same thing when you save your content. You used to be able to put like AEW, comma, AWA, comma, WWE, comma. You can't do that anymore. Oh, I guess you could probably put the commas in there, but there's no spacing. And I don't know how that would affect the search or not. And then over here, I put Hardy separately. And when you see this Matt Hardy, which I hope to God is still up, it is absolutely phenomenal. 100 pages. That's a lot of pages, boys and girls. All right, where are you at, Matthew? Somehow he's not on the front page. I just don't know how that's possible. It's probably going to be the same creator, though. Let me see. I should have looked at the name. Distracted? No, that's not it. That's not it. This might be it. Nope, that's not it either. There he is. Whew, I was getting nervous. That's, I cannot say this. Azortheus. Athorceus. So we are going to grab that for sure. And then we'll go take a look at it, because I'm telling you, this thing is amazing. If you're here on the stream and you like what you're seeing, take a moment and just click the like button down below. It helps so much, and I so do appreciate it. If you're not already a subscriber, subscribe, man. We do some fun stuff on this channel. If you're a wrestling fan, you want to be here. And where is... That's images. Where went Christian? By the way, this is solid Bray Wyatt as well. And, of course, The Fiend looks... Let's take a quick look at The Fiend. This is one I think, yeah. This is the #1 rated Fiend. It's all there, man. You got him before the fire, after the fire. And I've been... you know what? I'm going to download it now. Even though I really don't have a use for him. I just want to see how he did the mask, because I was trying to make one just for fun, and there were no good masks in there, so I'm just trying to figure out. I got an idea what he might have done. I think he just took a regular full mask, put a flesh tone on it, and then put the image of the mask over the top of that. That's what I think he did. We'll see if I'm right. The Equalizer is here. Soper sneaks in. How are you? Of course the game is still broken. Don't be silly. But it's broken less. Now we can download stuff and get images and characters and roster stuff and then still play universe mode without it crashing. However, if you download a belt or even make a belt yourself without using plates under the images will not show up on the belt when you wear it into the ring. And another fun fact that we've added to that is that if you create a title and decide to hide the nameplate, it'll look great in the creation suite, but once you put it on and wear it to the ring, the nameplate's there. So, yeah, there's that. And, oh, that's who I was looking for. He's right there next to his brother. Where else would he be? And download that. And again, I normally don't download that, which is already in the game, but you got the face paint off, which I think, from what I heard, you can't do that like on a console. This was done on a PC, I believe. Don't quote me. In the past, you were able to take the paint off, weren't you? I mean, it's not like Rey Mysterio where you're not supposed to know what his face looks like. Even though he wrestled without a mask for, what, 2 years over in WCW? All right, so we got those two boys. Let's bounce back here. Lucius, how are you, man? Long time. Yeah, no, what's the status? Has great stuff. Now, again, if you're not familiar with the guy, he's a PC guy. He's a modder. And he went out of his way to get a hold of 2K and said, hey, listen, I've got this stuff that I can upload. It's got the characters from my Rise mode and things like that. I just want to make sure I'm not going to get in trouble if I put them in the community creations. And they gave him the pass, man. They said, go for it, man. With our blessing, it's our created content, so it's okay. We're not stealing anything. And he did. And then all of a sudden, there was like a Godfather was up there with the full moveset with the Titantron, the whole nine. Why it's not in the game, I don't know. And then it was struck down. Now, fortunately, I downloaded it before it got struck down. But a lot of people didn't. And now it's not coming back up. There was another one, too. There was Bobby Heenan able to be actually in the ring wrestling as in the manager outfit. And it's Bobby Heenan, so it's not some crappy lookalike. And there were a few others. They even had, I can't figure this one out. It's killing me. They had Cole Quinn, who's been in every game for 3 years now. And he's also not on the roster. And he uploaded that, and they took that one down. As well as Baron Blade also got taken down. And I'm like, A, these are no-name characters, and B, they've been in the game for the last 3 freaking years. They were in 19, 20, and now 22, and all of a sudden they're not on the roster this year. They're, I guess, in the story mode. I haven't gotten that far into it. So he's been kind of calming down now, cooling off, and trying to figure out what's what, because he doesn't want to get in trouble, obviously. Hopefully he hasn't gotten in trouble. But then there's a couple of other modders out there, and when they upload their stuff, they put the hashtag, what's the status, knowing that's where a lot of us are going, trying to find that special content. Well, one of these guys using that hashtag last night sometime uploaded, we'll call him current day Bret Hart, the older version of Bret Hart with the gray hair and the black shorts. And one other, and I can't remember who it was. Wasn't Shawn Michaels. Don't recall who the other one was. Anyway, that shit got taken down so fast, spun your head around, man. I couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. I really would have liked Bret Hart. I don't remember what the other one was, but I was okay not getting it. But I really, really wanted to get the Bret Hart one. I could have used that in story mode and stuff like that. I could have definitely made that work. But now I can't, unless I want to build one, which I don't. All right, where are we at here? We got the championship issue. Oops. Let's take a look at some of these superstars, because I got to tweak the fact that they don't have rendered images so I can at least see who they are on the startup screens. And we can also get some close-up look at these people's work and see exactly how superb it is. All right, so these are guys I've already had for a while. Andrade El Idolo. You know, funny thing is, I could not stand Andrade in WWE. I just thought he was a poor man's, oh, hell, what's his name? Alberto Del Rio. But all of a sudden, he goes over to AEW, and, yeah, not so bad. Got to keep on redoing this every time. Not a lot of texture to the face, but it still looks good. Now, what I'm going to do real quick is just take a look here. I'm going to go to face and parts, I believe. No, he did do a little bit. Which forehead did we go with? We went with that one. Thing is, when you put these forehead wrinkles on, it doesn't really show up so much. We're going to leave that alone. No, it's not bad. We'll add this. I think this is necessary. Just make sure. Well, maybe we're not going to. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Just a subtle little something to put some shadow on there and bring it up a little bit. Since I've got to be here anyway, just to... Now, we're going to show you something here in a second. And I tell people this all the time when I do these streams. If you're going to upload a face scan, a face render to use, you want to make sure, take the time to white out the pupil of the eye in the scan. Or take the whole white area and the eye pupil all together and just turn it into a dark flesh tone. Because when you don't, you get this. Check out that eyeball. See how it looks lazy? The one to your right, his left. You see that? Well, that's because the face scan had the eyeball on it. And every time the created wrestler eyeball moves, the scan, of course, doesn't. It stays set. And it gives it that wacky look like it's a lazy eye. So everybody looks like Shawn Michaels is what I'm trying to say. Let's go back here. Hold on a minute. Let's get personal, shall we? So I've got to go here. I've got to put in a thumbnail. And then I have to remove it. If you don't do that, it won't work. That's a good enough pose. I can live with that. They took the time to change the signs. I like that. Most people don't. Little things, man. It just makes a difference. And you actually, here's another thing that's different. In the past, if you saved it, it just automatically saved everything. If you don't click these, it will not change in them. So if you want it to change across all platforms of what you're playing, then you have to make sure you click those buttons, which is a good thing. Oh, I thought it crashed. I thought it crashed. I was like, oh, we broke it. We broke it. The Equalizer, I'm going back over some comments here while I've been busy, but when we talk about development teams, I'll be honest with you, man. I think they're all playing from the same package right now. They do very, very little testing. They used to hire people like us to go in and test their games out when they were maybe 8 months from completion. And, you know, have at it, do whatever you want to do with it, show us what's broken, let us figure it out. Because when you build a game, you're less likely to find things broken with it because you're playing it the way it's supposed to play. You get somebody like us that tries to do something out of the box with it, and all of a sudden you find shit's broken. So when it comes to developers, they do what they do, but then they give it to us to test it so we can fix it for them. Or at least identify what needs to be fixed for them. So we're essentially doing their work not only for free, but we're paying for the honor. Let that settle in for just a little bit. Sleep, yes, Stacy Keebler is a DLC coming out. I mean, I liked looking at her. Don't get me wrong, but do I need her as a DLC over a bunch of names I could think of? No, not really. Definitely wouldn't have been on my list of those that I wanted. By the way, we can say goodbye to this Britt Baker, which I spent time on this, damn it. And she had the blood outfit, which I kind of liked, but sorry. Got to go, Brittany. And I'll say this, we've been streaming now over an hour, and it has not crashed, which is, I think, a record in 2K lifestyle. You know how, like, a dog for 1 year is 7 years old? Man, this looks good. Excellent detail. Excellent, excellent, excellent work. Now, the only thing, and I was noticing this in the game, let me take a quick look. Look at her chin. Let's see. See that white? That just means there was a pretty good glare on the face picture on her chin. It's subtle, right? But it looked a little bit more, I'm going to say, obnoxious in the actual gameplay. And I don't even know if I want to fix that or not, because so much of this is perfect. I mean, to me, I look at this stuff as art. And this was done by somebody who knew their craft very well. Those eyes are perfect. The shape of the nose, I mean, they really just knocked this thing out of the park. And I'm probably going to leave it alone. Normally what I would do is just put a little cover up on the chin. Let's go. It ain't going to hurt to try it. So we'll go to our tire. Always start with the full dress. And then we're going to edit. And we're going to go to appearance. And we're going to go hair and facial. And we're going to go up here. You can do tattoos or face paint. Personally, I'm going to go with face paint. Yes, yes, yes. Go to images. And again, all these delays. Like normally with 2K19, I'd be jumping all over this already. I'd already have the image in. But I got to wait. I got to wait. Now I can click on it. So it's not automatic like it was with 2K19. And in this case, it's very small and very subtle, so I don't want to take up a lot of space. So put that there. Then getting the color match is always the fun part. So with most flesh tones, you really don't want to come down too far. Usually about 345 is a good starting point. Then you go to your color picker, and then you bring it across until it starts getting that pinkish red and maybe even a little bit of a darkness to it. Then you start to drop down a little bit, and here's where you just got to kind of feel around until it gets where you need it to be. Sometimes you got to add a little color. Sometimes you want to take a little out. Ooh, that's getting pretty close. Then I might bounce back up here and take a little of the red out. And just kind of experiment with that a little bit until I get the hue right about where I want it. That looks like it's about on par. And again, from a distance, like when she's wrestling, you will never see that at all. And since we can't do promos, we don't have to worry about close-ups that much. The other thing we could do to that as well, and it's had mixed results in past games. That's another thing, too. You see how it changed it back to white? It didn't used to do that. So if I'm working on a white surface with something, I would normally just drop it in and put a color on it, then save it, then come back in. Now I can manipulate it and maneuver it where I want to and see it. But now it's going to turn it back to white, so moving it on a white surface is going to be a pain in the ass. So it doesn't hold the color when you go back into edit, which is a little annoying. So we're going to go back to our color. We're going to pick the one we just did. And now the only difference is we're going to go to our opacity, and we're going to break it down, but just slightly. Now in the past, even that little bit of adjustment, it would be like you didn't put a logo on at all. It would make it completely transparent on the playthrough. So because this one is already in such good shape and it's such a small detail, whether it works or not, I'll be fine with it. There's just too much positive about this creation for me to worry about that little tiny imperfection. But I'm telling you, I'm a huge Britt Baker fan, and I just think that is spot on. Now here's where you can roll the dice, and you could just copy and paste this over here and hope that everything is still intact, all the logos and everything, which it should be. She doesn't have any elbow pads or anything else that might have had to come off to put the jacket on. But it's only one simple thing, and I'm just going to do it now. The hard work's already done. So go back to our hair and facial. Go back to our... Nope. Oh, we can do... Let's do tattoo this time. I don't think you'll see any difference whatsoever, to be honest with you, but... And again, you got to wait 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds before the damn thing finally pops up. And then you got to wait another 2 seconds before you can actually change it and maneuver it. Whereas in the past, it was just pretty much automatic. And we already have the color. And there it is. So we shouldn't see that bright white on her chin moving forward in matches. Hopefully. But that's how I fixed it in the past games. Hopefully it works on this one. Lucius, you're right, man. Community creations historically will make stuff that's better than in-game. And that's kind of what you wait out for. And I'm actually really impressed with the quality of stuff we've had very early on. I mean, we're not even a month into a broken game. And they've got some stuff. Well, you know what? These guys have been just frothing at the bit for over a year and a half, almost 2 years now. Because you couldn't create shit with 2K20. What a mess that was. Yeah, the Godfather and King Booker. King Booker's still up there. They took the Godfather down, but not King Booker. Again, I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason to it, and I think he was trying to get more clarification. Hey, I don't want to get in trouble, man. What's up? And last I heard, he's waiting for an answer to that question. Call Wrestling Network, welcome to the Nation Network. Great to have you here, man. Custom call making has me dying now. Why? The call making is fine. The belts are still an issue, but eventually I'll probably do an alternate costume for her with a different color. I'm not going to change too much else because, like I said, this is just spot on. But for a starting point, we're good. Let's get personal with the good doctor. Best date ever, one tough woman. All right, that's good. I never even saw the one tough woman sign. So again, I've got to actually put Sting's picture in there and delete it. You would think just by going in here. Oh, I got to do something more for her, man. Let's figure out what pose we want to give her. That works. Perfect. Oh, I know what I got to do. I got to make an alternate attire for her and make that Pittsburgh jacket. She should be, well, she can't sell that jacket. It's got other teams' logos on it. But that jacket is friggin' fly. Darth Rebel, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so Lucius brings up a good point with what's his status? He had made his own. I was going to say Giant Khalid. Khalid. Great Khalid. And they took that down. It's like, wait a minute, that's a custom-made call. What are you doing? And then, oops, my bad, and they put it back up. So nobody knows what the hell they're doing with this poor guy, including him. Darth Rebel, what worked for Robert Gibson? What am I missing here? Michael Williams, we've already done that here. Yes, the belts are not working still. I can confirm that the belts are still crap. There is an exception and a loop through it for the moment, which we did earlier. So if you go back in the video about half hour, 40 minutes ago, you will find out how you can get around it for now. It's not perfect, and I'm going to actually be going in and doing another one in a little bit here, so if you want to stick around, we'll do that as well, which will be a separate version of doing what I did. gives you a little bit better. Well, you'll see. So these are the only two ways that I know how to do it right now until they fix that issue. Mohammed, you cannot access any online feature. You can't do community creations or anything? Oh, yeah, there's plenty of created content. Don't let anyone tell you different. And by the way, you have to make sure, where is the setting? Here? Oh, on the bottom. If you look on the bottom where it says 2K account with a little green star or triangle, thank you. Whatever system you're on will have a logo next to it. You have to make sure you're linked into 2K if you're going to get the cross-platform. So where it shows 8,000 pages of created content, that's because I have the 2K account. If I didn't have the 2K account, then I'd only have access to PS4 and PS5 content. And actually, I'm not sure about the 5. I would think PlayStation would all fall under one umbrella. Anyway, by adding the 2K subscription, it's not even a subscription, that's the wrong word. Membership. By adding the membership, then you have access to anything from Xbox and anything from PC. But that's the way you have to do that. But I can't figure out why you would not be able to access, because again, here we go. Community creation, that's online. Now, I don't play online matches, so if you're referring to that, I have no experience in that. But so far as downloading content, plenty of it, man. 8,001 pages of it. You'll burn your eyes out before you go through all of it. You got movesets, money in the banks, favorite creators, which I mentioned this yesterday. The part that sucks about favorite creators is you are limited, drastically limited to 5. That's it. If I find someone else's work that I like and I want to take a look at it and I want to save them as a favorite, I got to bump one of these guys out. And I don't want to do that. Which means there's going to be a lot of shopping around. So anyway, King Booker is still up. Damn, I wish I could remember who else. Like I said, Bobby Heenan's gone. Paul Heyman is still here, though. Playable. This is what doesn't make sense. I mean, Heenan was at least an actual wrestler. Corey Graves is still there. Alexa Bliss, prior to The Fiend, is still there. I know nothing about T-Bar, by the way, other than that he's got a mask on in the main menu, but at least this version of him I might be able to use differently. I don't think I downloaded King Corbin because I hated it so much. The character in general. I just did not like the King Corbin gimmick, period. I did get the Triple H, and he's still there. This is with the long hair, and it's from the My Rise, so it's legit. It's not a, created wrestler, although half of those are better than, like we said a minute ago. You got Johnny Gargano in a more recent attire. The Godfather's the one that stands out to me the most, because that one hurt, because that was nice to have in the game. Here's the Ricky Steamboat somebody was asking about earlier. There he is, man, and he looks that good and better. I grabbed that one for sure. And then all of these are characters that are in the My Rise. So Robin Ray, Geneva Rose, El Ordinario. Great name. Great name. Matter of fact, I should have him as a jobber. Definitely should have him as a jobber. El Ordinario. Give me a break. We're signing him to a 12-month contract that pays a grand total of $20, and he'll take every dollar of it and love it. Jay Pierce is in the My Rise. I grabbed him as well. He looks good. That's a good-looking model. So even though he's going to be a jobber, at least he'll look good jobbing. Yeah, Lucius, having the cross-platform is massive. I mean, it gives us a chance to get stuff that we never had before. It's a beautiful thing. It really is. I was excited for it. I was a little nervous, thinking how it might affect things. All in all, it's been a win. I mean, as you look at this stuff here, it'd be nice, but you can't do anything with it right now until they figure out how to patch that next. But you have so much. Again, when I say that I'm able to put a roster together much more quickly, it's because we have that much more to draw from. You know, we have that many more creators now than we did before. And I'm just saying, not for nothing, but I heard from Xbox people for years. I heard from PC users for more years that would comment on my videos, that would send me private messages, stuff like that, about how they hate the fact that all the great creators are on PlayStation. And now that's not entirely true, because there are great creators on all of those platforms. But I do think proportionately, Sony has the market. I think when you talk about the biggest players historically, your Diffracts and things like that, I think the biggest names, if you were to take like 25 of the best creators, I would say 10 to 15 of them are probably coming from Sony. Not Sony directly, but the PlayStation community. And then I think you got the rest probably going mostly to Xbox community, and then maybe a handful, if that, going to the PC, because I also don't think that many people play it on PC as much as the consoles. Their numbers, I'm sure, are drastically less. Again, my opinion, my thoughts, my feelings, based on feedback that I've received over the last 15 years of doing this silly stuff that we do. Once again, I thank all of you for joining us here on the stream today. This is a great run, man. I can't believe how many of you all are jumping on here trying to figure out what's not working today. And I'd greatly appreciate it if you will take a moment out of your life just to click that thumbs up down below on the video. Let us know that you're watching, that you appreciate the content. If you are new to the channel, click the subscribe button. If you're a wrestling fan, we do it all here. Got some old school stuff that I do, and you can look back on the history. I try to put everything in nice little playlists to make it easy to find what you like. I'm kind of getting to the point where I really want to do a little bit more content of current day wrestling, but the way I would book it. You know, not WWE the way it's being booked, which is horrible. The fact that they've taken away the promos from me, and that sucks, and that's going to make it a little more of a challenge, but I'm finding ways around that. Didn't get this far doing this thing to be beat down by a stupid, neglectful developing team. Now, Infrared, you were asking Muhammad if he agreed to the terms of service. Do you have an option? I mean, if you say no, you can still go in and play the game. I didn't think it would let you advance without it. I've never tried that. Updating your game is definitely something you ought to do. And you updated and agreed. Okay, well, there goes those two options. Yeah, I got Chase earlier, and I agree. Lucius, I thought he was going to be a great jobber, too. He has a good look to him. I am not wearing my glasses right now, so I'll apologize in advance. But I think it's Ryan. Is it Nilsson? Welcome to the stream, buddy. Yes, the universe mode is now functioning so far. Now, I've been downloading more stuff, so we're going to try it again. When I started the stream today, I was literally at the point where if I added one logo, it would crash universe mode. And now I've just uploaded or downloaded probably 7 or 8 different superstars, which, by the way, let's give props where they're due. 2K, for the first time since they've taken over the franchise, has not limited us to 20 downloads per day. Can you imagine how bad that would be right now if you were only allowed 20 downloads a day? So the universe mode has been back to working. And you know what? We're going to check on that again now, simply because I have downloaded a bunch more stuff. And I want to make sure. So let's go to continue. Because the only thing their patch notes that I've read so far has said is they have improved. They didn't say they fixed anything. But yeah, we're still back in it, and it's still working. And as you can see, everything here is based on old school wrestling. We're also going to have a separate one running for AEW content as well as something else. Well, yeah, you can kind of see where it's heading to by watching some of the 2K19 stuff that I'm putting out right now, because I'm still using them. Like I said, I can use them, and even when I move almost full-time to 2K22, I'll still have to dip into 2K19 to do my promos. That's the only way I can do them. By the way, anyone have a date when they're shutting down the 2K19 servers? I mean, you can shut down 20 now. Nobody's going to miss that shit. You could have turned that down 2 months ago. But 2K19, man, leave that shit up. Dude, that sucks that you can't get community creations. I have no idea what that would be. Where are you? I mean, I don't want your home address or anything, Mohammed, but like what country are you in, or what part of the country? Like if you're in the U.S., where are you at? What region? What state? Try and figure out. I'm wondering if you can't get a different server. Not server, that's the wrong word I'm looking for. Well, technically server, yeah, because before it gets to them, it goes through other servers, right? So it's Knulson. Well, I'm glad I at least got close. I used to be a school teacher, so I had to learn names quickly. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Yes, Lucius, I totally agree that they got rid of the 20-a-day thing, and that was crap. Basically, what that tells me is that our server can't handle heavy contracts or heavy traffic, so we're going to just say no. Ken, I am sorry to hear that you were terminated by DQ, man. That sucks when that happens. But glad to have you here, man. Turf John in the house. I'm seeing some new names. And again, if you guys are new to this channel, please take a moment and click the subscribe button. It helps. Click the like button. That helps a lot, too. And it only takes a second, and it's free of charge. Hey, you gotta like the price, right? What can you get for free in this world? Nothing. But you can click a like button. Hell, for some of us, we consider that exercise. Lucius, they're talking about after WrestleMania what? The next patch? No. Yes, Ken, I see what you're typing. We see you. This isn't a John Cena thing. We can see you. All right, so we just verified that. And then I said we were going to mess around with championships again. And then I think we're actually going to build out a universe mode and see how that goes. Ooh, I'm nervous. All right, so we're going to go to... How do I want to do this? Well, I think if I go to edit, it's only going to have the one belt now because I got rid of all the other ones. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we are going to custom championships to build a custom championship. All right, so we'll go by starting with a template, and we'll go here. Well, hold on a moment. Hold on. Nope. Let's see. That might still be the one I go with, but let me just check real quick because we're going to work on the TBS title first, and I'm wondering if it's better for that or better for this, but I think it's... or this. Yeah, we're going to go with that. All right, so you go to front plate. Now, in this case, where it says hide front plate... No, not plate. There was another one that said hide nameplate, but this doesn't have one, so that'll take care of that problem, I guess. Okay, so we go to our front plate. For the moment, I'm not worrying about the colors. I might go back afterwards. Gonna go to image, custom images, and now we just got to figure out if the TBS Now, I'll tell you what, let's go this route first because there's less of them to check through than if it's not here. Oh, there it is. Good thing I did that. And that's going to be a good fit. So we go single, move it into position. So by doing it this way, guys, it will show up when you play the game. Is it an exact match? Obviously not, but this is going to be pretty damn close, to be honest with you. And then we'll go to our emboss, and you can either go up or down. I find that sometimes down works better. Let's go up. I think I'm going to go with the up, though. Feeling the up better. And I usually don't go much past 11 because that's when you start getting a little honky looking. We can go... We go 14. 14 will help it pop a little bit. Look at that. So as long as the plate is underneath your image, you're good to go. Now the only thing I'm going to do at this point is try and match the gold a little closer. It's already pretty good as it is. I'm just going to... Then come up here. Here we go. And there you have it. Then we'll throw the side plates on. I'm presuming that goes with this. All right, so here's where it's going to get, and that's on that side anyway, which I don't want. Well, this actually will work. So for this one, I'll keep it. But when we do the other one, we're going to have to do something a little bit different here, and I'll show you what. Because this being the right shape is going to fit fine if I can get it big enough. That's what she said. I mean, this belt actually is going to turn out pretty damn good, to be honest with you. I might even upload it, so if anybody wants it, you can have at it. And then we're going to go about that 14 mark is what the last one was. Try and keep them all the same. Now, as we go to this one, because the shape of the plate I'm going to use is completely different, here's what we generally like to do. We'll go to design. And we'll just take this dude right here. And we will overshoot the plate on both sides. And we'll overshoot it on both sides going up as well. So stretching beyond. Got that. Now we're going to go to material and we're going to make it leather. Oh, it's up top, sorry. And then we go to our color wheel. Go to black, and then we might have to just tweak how black it is to try and get it to match the belt. That's about right. I mean, you're not going to get perfect, but that's pretty close. And now, when I go and put the next image on, which is going to be the plate, it'll allow me a little bit more freedom, and the plate will look like it's a better fit. It won't be perfect, don't get me wrong, it's not going to be. But it looks better than if that was a gold, because then it's going to look square instead of the shape we want it to have, which is more that. Then again to our emboss and try to get 15. Ooh. So let's take a look where we're at now. From a distance, not bad. I mean, I can't complain. And it's going to work. That's the key. You're actually going to get to see that crap on the game when you're playing it. And the fact that it has the plate under it actually does give it some thickness, as opposed to the ones that we normally get where it's just painted onto the leather. And no matter what depth that you put, it never really pops off quite the same as it does with a plate under it. But that's how we're going to get around it on this one. So that's good. Now we're going to bounce over to the right side, and we're going to do the same thing. Hit our images. Hit our designs. Oops. Get our square or rectangle. Stretch it all the way out. Got that. And then we're going to go here to materials, leather, color. And we've already done it once, so we don't have to do it again. It's right there. Bam. And then go to our custom images. By the way, I'm hitting left one right now. It takes a few seconds before it'll acknowledge you. I mean, like I said, this game's a little lethargic. Single, and then we're going to get it into position. And then we're going to stretch it out this way. Got that. Emboss. That was the word I was trying to get in my head. Set it at 15 so it matches the other ones. And then it leads us down to just the last one. And in this case, because it's going to fit so perfectly, I don't need the leather cover. And I can go straight here. And it was about 4 seconds before I was able to move out of that first window. Go single. And once again, stretch. Like getting out of bed in the morning. Again, if there is something that you guys need to see if it's been patched that maybe we're expecting patched, these are the only two things that I personally was affected by that I knew I needed fixed. And clearly 1 out of 2 is all I got. With this particular belt, I'll probably be keeping it because it's, honestly, it's pretty solid the way it is. And just like that. There we have it. Let's get a look at that thing. So it's got a little bit of thickness going on there. So we rotate that around and take a look at the cuts. It's got a good little gleam to it. Yep, I'm happy with that. Could it be better? Of course, it can always be better. But is that solid? I'm good with it. Here's another thing. They used to, like, as soon as you type a letter in the past, it would erase that whole word. You actually got to do that by hand. I'm just putting TBS because I never can remember which one is for what. Championship movie, let's see. Yeah, for a TV title, that's fair. And we're just going to say television championship because I know there's nothing elite. That's for the females. And finalize. Bam. I will upload that, so if any of you guys want it, you can have it. Turf John, what's tonight's match online? Good question. Don't know. We're going to build a universe here in a little bit, so maybe we'll do that. We'll put it through universe mode. You guys tell me what matches we want to see. The custom championship has been saved. Custom championship. I'm going to upload it. You can find anything I upload ever by searching for One Nation. The number 1, the word nation, just like that. Wait a minute. Why is it showing that picture? That's incorrect. Hold the phone a moment. Edit. Yeah, why was it showing this one? Strange. Well, let's do this the other way. Community creations, uploads. I did not do this. I did that. Or maybe I did. And then maybe I forgot. I don't know where it is now, though, because it looks like it has a black leather in the background. So I guess I did do it. And have no recollection whatsoever. That's sad. What's up? It's not showing the belt I just made. Huh. Oh, maybe because... Oh, I bet you anything. It's because I use somebody else's logos. That's got to be it. I bet if you use somebody else's logos and it doesn't let you re-upload. That is such a Weasley thing to do. I mean, I can upload my own. I got them. I'll probably do that for the rest of them then. That was cheesy. Super cheesy. After I do all that work. Well, since eventually they're going to fix this thing with the belts, I mean, people are going to end up going with those anyway, so not a big loss there, I guess. Ryan, the Godfather is in-game. It wasn't somebody's creation. It was modded in from My Rise mode is what I was told. Has this everything. It's got Titantron's moves and everything. However, after getting permission to do that, the creator that posted it, 2K turned around and said, yeah, maybe not. And they took that one away. So now he's not able to be uploaded. Like, if I upload him, I'm probably getting big trouble. I don't even know that I could upload him. He probably put it down where you couldn't upload it again. But either way, they took him down. He went and got permission to do it. Steven Huzak. Welcome to the channel, first of all. Welcome to the stream. The patch fixed some stuff, but still can't edit superstars or mess with anything. Well, I've already done the superstars, and that worked out fine. Custom images, I've kind of used those a little bit. And yours is crashing all the time. Well, I'm curious now, Steven, what did it fix for you? And once again, I appreciate all of you guys with the likes, man. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. We are trying to hit 2,000 subs. We're not far away at all. I mean, we're so close now. I got to look at this in a little bit and figure it out. But we're somewhere near 200, and you guys keep on banging it out the way you're doing right now. We'll get there in no time at all. Matter of fact, we're going to take a quick pause right here and hear from my main man.
Nation Network! What's going on? Hey, it's CVV, Chris Van Vliet, and you guys are crushing it. I want to send you a big pre-congratulations on the 2,000 subscribers that you are so close to hitting. 2K22 is unbelievable, and I love that everybody's kind of jumping on board here and realizing how great the content that you're putting out is. So for the community, a big thank you for being part of the Nation Network, and you guys are just getting started. Woo! Keep it going.
Love me some Chris Van Vliet, no doubt about it. Man, that guy knows what he's doing. One of the best, if not the best, interviewer. You look at all those shoot promo videos and all that stuff, and he's just so down to earth and likable. I mean, he's one of those rare guys. Okay, normally if there's a guy who's good looking and got some charisma and all that, guys tend to not like him because all the girls do, right? He's the guy where it's like, yeah, I totally want to have a beer with this guy and just bullshit wrestling. And he's cool. And girls look at him and think, I mean, he's a good-looking guy. Let's be straight up. Call it like it is. I don't think he's having any problem getting the ladies. He's just like a cool dude. He's legit. Like him a lot. Is there no copy infrared? I thought you could copy a belt. Championship. Edit. Yeah, copy and paste. It's right there. You can copy it. I can download superstar images, but can't edit superstars or change their attires. When you say you can't edit a superstar, do you mean like you can't change their facial features, change their eyebrows, their hairstyle? What do you mean exactly? Because you got me curious as all hell, Steven. Because this is one I have not heard until now. Yeah, I'll tell you right now, those whole custom render things, I don't waste my time on them because if I use one for every created wrestler, that's 100 slots that I can't use to get up at least 2 more, 3 more wrestlers. I would much rather have it just be the way it's always been and have access to a full roster. So I'm not using any of those renders anymore. I did them in the beginning. It was kind of fun. It was kind of new. It was different. And then I realized, wait a minute, that's counting against my image count. And so far, I'm the only person that seems to have an issue with that I've talked to. I want a roster. To hell with that, man. All right, let's go back in here and put some images together while we're talking about it. El Mago and El Mago Jr., I'm not sure if they're still up there as well. This was also by, what's the status? El Ordinario. How good is that? This, I don't know who made this one, but to me, this is the best John Moxley out there. And I see a lot of other ones before I ever find this one again, but I love this one. I'm glad I got him. All right, let's get Jeffrey here. Edit. Everything Pro Wrestling is in the house. What you doing, brother? Well, Steven, here's what I'll tell you. For the longest time, a lot of people were talking about for weeks leading up to this patch that the renders is what was causing the universe crashing and all this crashing. And I'm here to tell you first person that's bullshit because I had none. I have one. I have a Sting, and that's it because you have to have that to do what I'm about to do now. So I'm going to go to my personal information on Jeff Hardy here. If I just save it now, you would think that that would be good enough. Like if I change the screen pose or whatever. That's actually a decent screen pose for him. But I have another idea. Let's see if we can find it. It's down near the bottom. No, I don't like the fact that his head's down. There's another version that's similar. That's what we're looking for. See if we can get some exuberant. Love watching their faces morph as you go across this stuff. That's pretty good. So you would think just by doing that, it's automatically going to change the custom image so you'll at least see the default superstar, but it won't. You actually have to put something in there. So I just keep the Sting there for that purpose, and then I delete it, and now we're all good. And again, you do actually have to click these boxes if you wanted to change it across all of your different options. Unlike in the past where you didn't have to do that. It didn't matter. If you clicked on this and saved it for roster play, it automatically went into Universe. I couldn't figure out why they had the options when it didn't change anything. Now, if I decide to make him, let's say, at the peak of his career in one mode and have him at a 90, but then I want him to be a little bit more reasonable to today's numbers and bring him down to, let's say, an 85, I can do that. And it'll actually save it that way in each of the respective divisions, which is another big forward. Again, we got to give credit where credit is due. Can't just beat the crap out of them for where they, and again, they failed on some pretty low-hanging fruit, man, when you can't get the belts to show up. That's a big one to miss in testing, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing some improvements, okay? Well, for me, again, there was two big improvements. The belts, that's not. And Universe, which to me is bigger than the belts because, as I've shown you here, I have workarounds for that. And this is a PS4 Pro that I am on. I get that question a lot. Yo, yo, yo! It's Blazed Radio. What's up, Blazed? Well, there we have it. Blaze chiming in. Just played Universe mode with no issues. Now, Blaze, did you have a chance to try this ladder bridge issue, which I don't even know what it is because I haven't done a ladder match where we bridged the ladder yet. I've been doing a lot of simming stuff, and they don't get that advanced. I mean, you really have to play it yourself to get that to happen most times. I'm presuming the ladder didn't break was the issue. I'm guessing. I don't know what the issue is. I just know that they talked about bridged ladder being addressed. And again, they never used the word fixed. Very careful in how they've been wording the patch notes. Things have been improved. Not repaired, not fixed, but improved. Okay. Once again, want to welcome everyone aboard to the massive stream we got going here today. This is going to be a long one because we got so much to get into. If you've just joined us in the last little bit, please take a moment to click that like button down below. If you are not subscribed, well, I guess you have to be if you're chatting right now, don't you? Well, thank you for that then. And then click the bell icon so you'll know when we go live, because I never have a set pattern. Once in a while, I'll have a date set aside and a time set aside where we're going to do this pay-per-view. And I'll probably do that for Mania weekend. But for right now, everything's kind of by the seat of my pants, whenever I got time, whenever I got the vibe. And today is just that day. Boy, I'll tell you what, I'm really liking this stream a whole lot. Everybody plays a role in the Nation Network. Okay, you were having an issue with the downloaded entrances, and then you went to edit, and it was the Lucha House Party entrance for Singles Fighter. I don't know that I've gotten that far in yet, where I stopped downloading characters because it was crashing my game, so maybe now I'll find out. Or maybe Alex knows. Hi, Alex. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Well, between you and I, we might have to test that thing out here. First, we got to figure out what it is. If anyone knows what the ladder glitch is that they refer to in the patch notes, drop it down here in the comments so we're all aware. Thank you, Blazed. You guys got to check out his stuff, man. He has some very entertaining content on his channel. When I have spare time and I see he's live streaming, I bounce over there because it's always a party. There's a party going on. All right, where was I? Superstars. And then we're going to build out a universe mode over here for AEW in just a moment. I still find it funny that I uploaded a belt that I don't remember building. Okay, how are we doing here? There's Jeff Hardy. I do like the fact that when you go back in, it picks you up where you left off. That's kind of a cool feature. Blazed, you got to see Chris Statlander. I don't remember who did this one, but you'll find her early on if you do a search. She's like the top. This is amazing. I'm telling you right now, when AEW launches their game, it won't look this good. I mean, give me a break. That's freaking phenomenal. Got it all going on. We got some tattoos going on. Got the oops going up. I mean, obviously, if you get really close up on those kind of imported images, it's not going to look so hot. What am I doing? There we go. But as you pull back to where it's going to look like in the ring, it's just phenomenal stuff right there. And that face, oh my God, they just hit that thing out of the park. Spot on perfect. All right, back again. Getting down and personal. They changed the signs. Thank you. I don't even care what you change them to. Just make the effort to change the signs. We'll add Sting. We'll back Sting. Oops, sorry. Now we'll back him out. Just check out the name there. Chris Statlander. Everything's good. And once again, this is the first time they've done this where it actually matters. In the past, I would just save roster, would automatically go into the universe modes, didn't make a difference. Now, you can truly itemize each individual one. If you want to change their skill settings and have them at a higher or lower skill setting for a different promotion, which, think about it, some of these people move into Impact Wrestling, like Heath Slater, who's all of a sudden challenging Moose for the championship in a pay-per-view. How that draws, I have no idea, but okay. Well, I think he was like at a 71 in the game. Well, you'd be able to make him in this game at an 85 so that at least he has a fight to put up against Moose at maybe an 89. And then you can put him in the WWE roster and put him back to the 71. And then just by going back and forth to the two different shows and the save slots, he would be at those respective numbers. That's never happened before. The options have been there, but it's never made a damn bit of difference. But it does now. It hits different. Wrestling Mama in the house. Welcome aboard. Yeah, Blaze, that is great work. I don't know who did it. I downloaded it earlier in the stream, so we looked at his name at that point, but I can't remember it now. But my goodness, that is something to be proud of. I normally don't, but I think I'm going to do a video featuring the best of the best cause that I've downloaded and putting the creator names on it. I know a lot of other people already do that. That's why I don't normally bother. But I just figure I might get some different audience that doesn't see the videos I see, and they deserve credit because they're outdoing themselves this year. I tell you what, I think people have been starving for 2 years just waiting for the opportunity to get their hands on a creation suite that doesn't suck. And they have risen to the occasion. Hello, Wrestling Mama, and welcome to the stream. Appreciate having you here. What have your experiences been since the patch? Have you had a chance to mess around? Is there anything that you've noticed fixed other than the universe mode not crashing? That's my big thing. We've identified that the belts are still broken. Still get the black belt unless you put a plate there and then put an image on top of the plate. Blaze got a stalker. So Kyle O'Reilly is in the game. I didn't realize that. So I'm going to save me a slot and take him out. Even though that was a really good one. I mean, he looks really sharp there. But I'm trying to make sure I got as much room. I want a massive roster. That's why I'm not doing any old school on this one. And Matt's going here because I got a better Matt Hardy now. The old school I'm using are the DLCs and the legends that are already in the game. And honestly, that's been enough to put together one heck of a pretty cool league. The League of Legends. This Miro, we'll get to him in a second, too. My last stream, somebody pointed out, Big JH, I think it was, that, yeah, he looks really good, but the guy never put tattoos on his back. And I was like, holy shit, you're right. So I went and did that. All right, let's edit Matt Hardy here real quick, and we get a good look at him now. I haven't had a real close-up look other than the thumbnail, but let's see what this dude did, because it looks spectacular. Look at that face scan. Man, oh, man. Is that a face scan, or is that a... Dudes, I think that's not a face scan. I got a funny feeling he modded that from maybe 2K20. I mean, there are no... That looks a little too right to be... looks too right to be right. I'm not complaining, but my goodness, that looks good. Well, I say grab it while you can, just in case there's a little something happening there. As we'll take a quick bounce over here, we'll add Sting. We will delete Sting. Check on our pose here. No, we got to do better than that. Got to reward this kind of creation. It'd be great if he had a delete pose with the arm out or even a cross. That's not terrible. I might come back to that. That's almost delete pose. That actually doesn't look bad either, though. I'm liking that one right now as my #1 favorite so far for him. I hate keeping on using it, but it's good for these guys that are animated. Let's move up from the bottom and see what we got here. They don't have as many with the open mouth effect for like shouting and stuff like that. They had like 4 or 5 last time out and the time before. Now you're down to only a handful. And that just looks wrong. I'm sorry. That looks like Matt Hardy 15 years from now when he's trying to get somebody to pay for an autograph. That doesn't look bad. Let's get a look at this. Oh, yeah, I like that. We got the Hardy Boys sign. Perfect. And there you go. What I have not been doing, which is my mistake, is I have not been looking to see what ratings they've been getting and make sure they're reasonable, because I had to change a bunch of them the other day. Alex loves 2K22. I like it. And once it's all working properly, which I'm presuming it's going to be at some point in time, I might love it too. Right now, I just like it a lot. Visually, I love it. From a visual aspect, this is the best they've ever done. This is the best any wrestling game's ever looked that I've played. Mama's a good friend of mine. That's okay. You can get a stalker who's a good friend of yours. It can happen. It's cool. Who better to stalk you than your friends. Let's be real. I do appreciate you guys clicking that like button. Keep it going. If you're new to the stream, click that like button and help us get out there to more people. The nation is growing. Good times ahead. So that's Matt Hardy right there, and I'll tell you what, clean. That just looks really good. Back to Superstars. Here's where I'll start taking a look at some of these ratings and seeing how out of whack they might be. Like I said, I fixed all of the ones that I had in prior to the start of this stream so that they were reasonable. Oh, they don't show you on this page. I thought they did. A little surprised. Oh, you know where they do? Never mind. We can do it through universe mode. That's where you'll see them. It's much faster that way. We're going to take a look at Miro, even though it's not a download from today. And for those of you that were on the stream last time and made the comment about the tattoos and all that, you're right. I redid a lot. So if you compare you'll probably find him online if you look for Miro, and he ain't going to look like this because I redid the face. I did, I think, a different face scan. I did because across the top of his head, the scan ended like maybe 3 wrinkles up from his eyebrows, and then they had a patch in, kind of like what we did with Britt Baker earlier. It just didn't look good. So I got a different scan altogether, threw that up on there, and then retweaked the whole face. So I hate when I do all that work to it because then I can't upload it because it's technically somebody else's work that I redid, and I like it a lot better the way it came out. So we had the tattoo on the shoulder there, which was not there, and the tattoo on the back also was not there, and I created that and stuck that back there. So now the Redeemer is complete. Not going to save anything. D-Train! Man, you're the second person, D-Train. You are the second person to talk about it. I think, Alex, you were the other one, right? And Alex, thank you for the sub and thank you for the like. That is what makes this nation what it is. No, it was Steven. Steven Husak was having the same problem, D-Train. And thank you for the sub, D-Train. I appreciate it. Click that like button while you're at it. Help us. Help me help you. Again, this Ricky Steamboat is spot on flawless. I mean, it was like sculpted. It was so good. MJF. Ridge Holland. We'll grab him. Again, this is from What's the Status? And I believe she comes from the My Rise play. This Ronda Rousey still stands up as the best I've seen. I'm sticking with her until the DLC comes out. Let's jump into Ridge Holland. The only thing I know about Ridge Holland is he almost killed Big E. And that's not even funny. It's sad. I know he's teamed up with Sheamus and Butch. And that's the last time you'll ever hear me refer to him as Butch. That is Pete Dunne, man. Don't mess with that name. He's an established character and a badass. Why you want to go doing that stupid shit? I mean, he's got a good look to be a Butch, but not after 4 years, 5 years, more than that. How long has he been? I mean, with UK, he was there for the first ever UK pay-per-view, stole the show there. And as little as I know about this gentleman, that is a good-looking model. I mean, they did a good job on that. I still don't know why I have to add this in and delete it for it to work, but you do. I'm good with the screen already. I'm not going to worry about that. Nah, we didn't change these out, but I'm not going to in this case because I don't know nothing about him. If we go down to performance, though, we can see. Not what I'm looking for. Statistics, that's what I wanted. 81 overall, that sounds right. I should have been doing that on the other ones, too, and I didn't, but I'll go through universe mode later, and then I'll tweak whatever needs to be tweaked. Mason Hannon in the house, along with the Selfie King. All the new subs coming out. Thank you all very much. I greatly appreciate having you guys here. I hope you'll check out the other content on this channel because I do a lot of different wrestling stuff here. We do voiceover work, try to make it as realistic as possible, but make it better. Because I think we can all agree that a lot of these storylines are just god-awful, and mostly in the WWE when we're going to bash, okay? AEW's got at least something to work with. Probably the reason they're doing more success is they're listening to the wrestlers more. They're letting the wrestlers have freedom more, and it shows. The WWE has unlimited talent, and they crush them with scripts and storylines that are garbage. But even AEW, who's doing things well, and I have a sneaky suspicion on where they're going to be going in the near future. I'm going to try and get there before they do. But as I get my inspiration from things that are either happening in the past, sometimes I see something I got that backwards. Inspiration from the present. There's times where I'll see something from the past, and I'll be like, ooh, that'd be something that you could write into today's stuff. Since 2012, Mason has not bought one. And Selfie King, you got a question, I got an answer. It might be the wrong one, but let's see. Hit me with your question, man. Now you got me all wondering what you got there, Selfie. Yeah, so for those of you who are having a problem after the patch, here's what I'm going to advise you to do. Go to your backup. I'm presuming you have PlayStation Plus. So I'm actually presuming you're on Sony platform, hopefully, because that's the only one I'm familiar with. But go up there to your cloud and reinstall your last save. And then it'll take care of all the other issues that are currently existing, and then just stick with that until the next patch comes out, which is what I've been doing all this time, because it was shutting down my universe mode automatically, so I had to go back to my last save. And then I started one by one adding an image, saving it. Well, first I'd add an image, then I'd test universe mode. If it didn't crash, I'd save it until I got to the one image that crashed universe mode. Then I go to my last save, bring that back in, and I stuck with that knowing I can't add any more images unless I delete an equal amount. So if I wanted to bring in a belt and it looked like it had 3 or 4 images to it, I would delete 3 or 4 images first, and then I'd bring in a belt and then find out the belts don't work. So and the question is, am I going to be making the Nexus at all? Be honest with you, I wasn't thinking about it. Why do you ask? Let me assure you, there will be creators out there that are going to make Wade Barrett, that are going to make pretty much all of them, I would think. Well, I mean, Justin Gabriel, somebody will make that. I'm trying to think who else. Oh, Tunga's a maybe. Once you start finding people that, let's say, make a Wade Barrett, hit them up, and they might be able to do the David Otunga for you, things like that. I know there's guys out there who do things on command. Letting the cat out of the bag here a little bit early. In the not-too-distant future, I am looking at the potential of doing something with Patreon. I'm still learning a lot about it. I always worry about anytime you're going to have a platform where there's money being raised or brought in or whatever the deal is, don't want to turn off, number one, your audience, because it's always been a free product here, and I'm not looking to monetize it. But I can't monetize anything on YouTube because I play the real music because I want the effects to be as realistic as possible. Therefore, I've got to try and figure some other way maybe to make a couple bucks because it's starting to get expensive. My PS4 was down for a week because it had to get fixed up. It's been fixed up. That cost me a few bucks. The question is, how much more life do I have left in it? I don't know. So if it dies, you can't even buy a PS4 Pro anywhere. All the stores are sold out because you can't buy a PS5. Then you're sitting there thinking, okay, do I buy a secondhand PS4 Pro, hoping it doesn't crash on me like this one's starting to a little bit? Or do I drop damn near $1,000 to get a PS5 because you can't buy one of those in the store either? These are the dilemmas I've been having. And at the same time, my computer's been around for a hot minute. It might be time for me to get a new PC soon. I mean, it's not giving me any issues, knock on wood, and I got my full-on warranty with Best Buy. So they come out to the house and fix my stuff because I don't want to have to unhook everything and bring it in. It'd be a major pain in the ass. I got the studio set up here the way I like it. And when I unplug a bunch of wires and stuff, I got to start labeling everything so I make sure I put it back in the same place. But anyway, I brought all that up to say that if I do go with a Patreon thing, there'll be a tier in there which would give the member who chose that tier, let's say, the options of certain things that I would provide to you. One of them might be to make any custom creation that you want. So let's say you wanted a David Otunga, $5 will do it, or something like that. I'm just, again, throwing ideas out there. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. That's why I haven't launched it. But one of the things I definitely do want to do, I've got some T-shirt designs. So in the near future, maybe within the next 2 months, I'm hoping. And that might be all I do is just sell the T-shirts and that's it. Might not even do anything with Patreon. Might just do straight up T-shirt sales and that's it. Because PayPal's much easier in my opinion. And I want to make sure if people are paying something, they're getting something back. Not just the content. Obviously, you get the content. But I'm doing that anyway. And I do it because I love it. And I do it because the community has been super cool, super supportive. And I just want to keep doing it. But at the same time, it'd be nice to have T-shirts out there, you know what I'm saying? And I think they'll look pretty cool. Got a couple of different designs I'm working on, so I'll start putting them up soon, and then you guys can vote on which ones you think look best, and then we'll go from there. So to answer your question in the short version, I'm not currently planning on doing the Nexus myself personally. Now, I've used custom logos blazed on the sides of the ring, on the aprons, and I haven't had any problems with that. What I found is when I put them in the middle of the ring, let me get back here, is that they're washed out. They almost reflect the light from above, and it's not a good look. And that's why I kind of stay away from putting logos in the ring, which sucks because I kind of like doing it. I still haven't put the AEW logos in, like, Rampage, for example. All right, there's Ridge Holland. The Fiend. Oh, yeah, we got to get a look at this. I've been waiting to see this. Got to see if my guess was right on how they did the mask on this one, because I'll tell you what, it weren't easy. Mason, have I found original characters? Well, define original. Original created by the community or original from the story mode? Because I've got several. Oh, let's get a look here. Well, wow. Oh, so he used, that's the mask, right? I think that's that one mask that's in the game. Then he did a great job. Really, really nice work there. Why was I not able to get anywhere near to that with mine? Let me double check, though. Let me just double check here. Go to attire. We'll zip in on this a minute. Go to clothing. Go to headgear. Yeah. Oh, which mask did he use? What? Really? So he must have laid this down underneath it as well. Okay, well, that's a clever idea. I didn't come up with that one. You can kind of see it then when you look at it that way. Well, kudos to him because a lot of people tried and failed miserably. I thought he just took a flat mask or like a hoodie, like a lucha mask, and put it over and just colored it flesh tone and then put the paint job over it and then just distorted the face a bit, which is what I would have done if I was going to keep on trying. But my goodness, well done. Because they did everything possible to not let us have the Fiend in this year's game. By the way, fun fact, the Fiend has a major storyline in My Rise. You will not know about it or see it because they canceled it. Oh, does that look good? Ah. All right, what we're going to do here, I'm not a big fan of the burnt one anyway, but actually I think I'm just going to leave it like this and then I'll use This is my in-game one. Let's take a look at this too while we're here. I was never a big fan of this whole thing, you know. I mean, I get it. Oopsie. Oh, no. My bad. I hit the wrong button. Let's back out without saving anything. Even when WWE did this thing with the whole burnt attire and all that, I just felt it was a little excessive. But we're going to keep it as is for right now. Go to our personal information, though, so we can at least save it. I'm okay with that. And by the way, you can still change your screen poses for different loads. So if I want to do that one for that and give them a different pose for the other attire, just click on that. And then when it pops up in about a half hour, there you go. You can just go and switch it to something else. That's not bad at all. Let's get some horror hands here. Something that looks like he's going to tear your throat out. What says horror? There you go. That's not bad. Face won't matter. And now each one has their own separate pose. And we got him as a booed character. Is that right? Oh, that's okay. And now we'll save that. And again, I'm actually impressed with the fact that the separate saves will actually matter for the first time ever. King AC. Selfie King. You are going to find somebody out there that's making those. I promise you. Just give it a little bit of time. I was a big fan of the Nexus and that whole angle and the run and everything about it until they squashed them at friggin' SummerSlam. What a stupid move, man. They were hot. One of the best. I mean, at that point, kayfabe was long out the door. But when they came out on Monday Night Raw, I believe it was Raw, not SmackDown, and they tore the place apart, literally. Tore off the mat cover and the foam off the off the plywood, and started beating the crap out of everything that moved, taking off the turnbuckles and whapping Cena with them, and choking out the ring announcer there with his tie, friggin' firing poor Daniel Bryan. You told us to be bad, I was bad. I gotta admit, it looked like he was legitimately choking him for a minute there. I'm not sure that he didn't. That might have been a little accidental shoot action going on in that. But that was one of the few times where I was like, okay, man, I had to remind myself that this was part of the story, but it was badass, and I wanted to see what's next. That's the biggest problem WWE has right now. Take away Brock and Roman. What else does anyone right now on this stream, what else does anyone give a rat's ass about heading into Mania? What other story or characters do you really care about? Now, I'm not going to say, like, I like Becky Lynch a lot. I'm a big fan of hers. I want to see her do well. That kind of thing. But am I really engrossed in her storyline with Bianca Belair? Not really. Will I watch their match? Yeah, because it's probably going to be a solid match. I don't even know who, and granted, I just don't watch much WWE anymore because it's so bad. Yet somehow, every freaking year, they manage to put on a pretty good WrestleMania. And it boggles my imagination how you can do that and have crap the other 51 weeks of the year. Christopher Hovis, I'm fine, man. How are you? Hawk is back. Yeah, buddy, I'll tell you what. Not my fiend, but it's good stuff. So this is the PS4 I'm on right now. It's a PS4 Pro. I don't know that would make a difference or not, because I'm hearing some people saying that they're having some really wonky issues. But it's not affecting me. The only issue that I still have is that the belts, if you download a title belt, it still comes out all black. And the workaround for that is the one that, oh, that looks good. The workaround I did for that, I don't even know why I bother having Tony Khan here if I can't do promos. But that's a good Tony Khan, isn't it? That's not mine either, but that's good. All right, let's get a look at Thunder Rosa here. So the only thing, again, the belts right now aren't showing the plates unless you put the image on a plate. Then it will work. But that's the way it was, before the patch. So they didn't patch the belts. Let's get a close-up look. This is the same guy did her last year. I know it is, because that's such good work. Got the nose going on. He had the same exact attire last year for the 2K19. If you watch my 2K19 streams, you'll see that that's the one I've been using for many months now. And she came out just as good this time around. I'll probably come up with some alternate attire later on, but for right now, that's gold. Let me hit stats. I keep forgetting to check stats. See, like 91, that's a stretch. I love her, but I don't think we can say 91. So let's start. We're going to leave high finishers. That's cool. Recovery. We'll leave that to move speed, agility, stamina. I think we're going to bring that down a little bit. It's hard to do that, man. She's a trained MMA star. Well, maybe not a star, but she's an MMA fighter, and you don't get there without having some game. We'll bring the strength down a few. And the pin escape definitely has to come down a little bit. Way back in the day, maybe back to, well, definitely THQ, all of these numbers would always be out of 100. Well, doesn't that make sense? Shouldn't it be 100% is the best you can get? But then 2K comes along, and all of a sudden certain categories are going to be 85, and some of them are going to be 70. And why? Just leave it 100%, and then we can balance off of that. It makes it much easier. Now, I just basically go by the sliders themselves and understand that if you're a mid-card person, your sliders are going to be down near the mid-section. And as you creep up in different categories, you'll bring the numbers up a little bit. So in my world, I'm thinking Linda Rosa should be like an 88, 89, somewhere in there. And again, I love her to death. I enjoy watching her matches. I think she's a legit badass. Pin escape, we're ready. Yeah, I'm going to leave that there. Power submission defense. Yeah, we can still have her respectable at a 62. Leg durability. We got to bring these numbers down a little bit to get her under 90. Arm durability, same thing. Bring that down just a skosh. Body durability, that's way up there. Bring that down a little bit. 72. So anything in the 100 mark, a better than, upper mid card to main event tier would usually have you in the 75 to 78, sometimes 81 for different categories, but you were always in that area. And as you went down the card, you'd get closer to the 70s and all that. Well, that's when it was all in the hundreds. So now what I basically do is just look at the meters, and that's kind of what I'm basing it on, is where they would generally be. Grapple reversal. It's hard to take anything off of that, right? Because she is a trained mixed martial artist. Strike reversal, same logic. But we also have to bring her numbers down a little bit. Technical submission. I'm going to leave that alone. Matter of fact, I might want to bring that up one. I don't know how much one will make a difference, but... Power submission offense. Offense. I'm not going to mess with that because that girl's badass. Aerial range. We'll leave that there. We'll leave that there. 84 on running offense. We'll go 81. Grapple offense. Going to leave that. Leg power. Arm power. We're going to bring that down. And let's see where we're at. Oh, 87. Okay, we can actually go up a little bit on a couple things. Let's go with pin escape. A little more durability. Where are we at now? Still at 88? Okay, give me a second. Grapple offense. Running offense, we'll leave that. Aerial offense, we'll leave that. Aerial range, power submission offense. Still at 88, really? Aerial offense, where do we go here? Technical submission. Still, holy cow. Thought by now we'd have bounced her back up there a little bit. All right, give her some recovery time. Oh, that did a big job. Okay, recovery's a big hit. Oh, so it's either 88 or 90. There's no 89. We're going to leave it at 90. All right, let's get to our personal information here. Do the deed. Tijuana, Mexico. Yes, Hawk, we have a Tony Khan call. But we have no ability to do promos. D-Train. You mean they ruined something good they had going? Yeah, they do that, don't they? My thoughts on the BWO? Godsmack. Welcome, man. I'm presuming we're talking about Stevie Richards taking over the ECW. I loved it. I loved the BWO. Matter of fact, I thought ECW was one of the most spot-on wrestling organizations, especially in their heyday. When they first got into pay-per-view, you know, before they got into the friggin' TNN network crap. But I thought they really they weren't just tapping into the pulse of wrestling fans. They were extracting the life from them and pouring it into their product. Some of the best angles, characters, promos, and forget in-ring action. I mean, a lot of people have likened AEW, especially its first year or so, to ECW back in its early days from Eastern Championship moving into Extreme. And while I can see where you could draw a comparison there, I think the ECW product was so much more polished than AEW was in the beginning. They had more money at AEW. They had the pyro and the big arenas and the rings and all that happy horse crap. But I think ECW, in-ring performance-wise, these guys just put on a friggin' show every time. And when you talk about botches, you're going to have that. I mean, Sabu had his neck broken, so it happens. But for the crazy shit ECW did, how many guys... You got Taz ended up in a neck collar. Sabu ended up in a neck collar. Anybody else I'm missing? Because I can't think of anyone else that... I mean, everyone's going to get injured in wrestling. That's just the way it is. Okay, we're going to change some things about this. Because this is not the man you think it is. It is not the Velveteen Dream. No, it's not. This is... Purple Pain. Purple pain, purple pain. Only want to see you in the purple pain. I'm not going to hit the high notes, not today. Valentine the Dream. That's close. I'm willing to bet there is no purple in here. There might be pain. Is there pain? Come on, give me pain. Give me pain. I swear it sounds like I'm with somebody from S&M. Not. Nothing for pain. That's unfortunate. Anything for purple? That's a big stretch. Punisher. Puerta. Well, that's as close as I can get. All right, now I haven't even looked to see what this one's set at, but he should be about 84. I think this was already a pretty good pose, right? What do we got? Yeah, that works. Statistics. Oh, brought him down to an 80, did he? All right, we'll leave him there. I'm good with that. I'm not saying he's going to win a championship or anything, but I've got some ideas. And let's go ahead and save him up. We're almost at the bottom. Then we can go into universe mode. Selfie King, it's funny how they will let AEW let their women bleed, but the WWE won't let their men bleed. No, Selfie King. ECW was owned by the man, the myth, the legend, Paul Heyman. That was Paul E's baby right there. My name is Paul Heyman. I cannot do a good Paul Heyman. I have tried. Sometimes as guys get older, it becomes easier to do their voices, like JR. I could not do Jim Ross at all back in the Monday Night Wars, for example. If you look back at the early videos on this channel, you have to remember, too, this is my third channel for the Nation Network, way back when it was Invasion's End is how it started. And that was like 16 years ago now. Well, that channel ended up getting struck down because I had posted some video from Impact Wrestling back when Jeff Jarrett was on there and all that. And what I would do is take their video of, let's say, a Jeff Jarrett promo, and then I would do my own voiceover work. And I just got copyright struck real fast, real hard one day, and before I could pull stuff down, it was too late. It was done. Well, that channel reappeared. So it exists, but I can't get into it. I can't do anything. I can't tweak videos, nothing. But it's still there in existence. So my old work is now, at least people can go see it. The best way to find that channel, if you're so inclined, is to go search for Invasion's End. And I believe it's all one word. And you will see how it all began with Samoa Joe and TNA coming in and taking over Monday Night Raw. That's how it all began. And that has evolved into the Nation Network that you see here before you today. The long and winding road Vic Grimes. I have not much to say about Vic Grimes. I don't look at him as a professional wrestler. I don't. New Jack. Man, I'm torn in two different directions. He was a hell of a talent in his own way, but he was nothing but a blight on the wrestling industry. And he should have done jail time for some of the shit he did in a wrestling ring. If anyone has not seen the mass transit incident, you can still find it online. You won't find it on YouTube, but you can see the video online. And it was brutal what he did to that kid. Now, granted, the kid lied about his age. That's on you. You want to be 16-year-old, 300-pound dude and say, oh, yeah, I've been trained by this guy and that guy and that. And, you want to come out and then just go with the flow, especially if you're going to go to ECW and pull that shit. But then to go up to a guy like New Jack and say, hey, so here's what I was thinking. We'd work this and we'd work that. Dude, shut the hell up. Take your paycheck and hope he don't kill you because now you done pissed him off. And he almost killed him. He really did. Balls Mahoney, Pitbull ended up in their colors. Well, Balls Mahoney I did not know about. The Pitbull, Gary Wolf, I do recall that. As a matter of fact, that's when I started watching ECW. He was already in the Halo, but at that point it was a work. And Shane Douglas grabbed him by it and started shaking him around by it and all that. So you know he was actually healthy. They would never let him do that to him if he was legitimately in a Halo at that point. But that's when I started watching ECW right about that time. My first ever ECW show that I recall was right after Shane won the NWA title, threw it down, spit on it, and basically said this is the new world title. And they did the next episode of ECW TV starts with Shane Douglas in like a dark room, just a bunch of black background behind him. And he cut a 20-minute promo that is legit to this day. I mean, it has not withered over time, and it was legit. You could tell it was from the heart. He didn't pull any punches. He took people out by name like Ric Flair. And I was hooked. I was like, that's what I miss in wrestling. Real characters that don't feel like characters. That's probably the biggest thing about ECW that worked. Yeah, you had Rocco Rock and Flyboy and all that, and it's kind of characters, but it really felt like that was them. I loved an episode of that show in particular where they came back from Japan tour when they first went to Japan for ECW, and it was a big thing for them. And they were getting ready for I don't know if it was the three-way dance they were prepping for, or if it was just a head-to-head with the pit bulls or something like that. But they're out at batting cages somewhere. And they got baseball bats and all that, and there's Flyboy, and he's doing his thing, and Rocco's doing all the talking while Flyboy's being stupid. And he said something. He's like, you know what they say about the Public Enemy in Japan? They say we's Ichiban. I don't know what that means. He's like, that means number one. Oh, he's bisexual. Bilingual, you idiot. And meantime, he's taking shots of sake and stuff like that. And then they get down, and then all of a sudden they turn serious. And it's like, Pitbulls, when we see you in Philadelphia, make sure you're ready. And they hold up the baseball bats there at the batting cage with, right? They turn around, we got our bats. You just bring your balls. And I was like, that's great shit. Those guys cut promos. All of them. And Mick Foley, my God. My God, I can't believe what Mick Foley's doing. And that's everybody. Now we all have a picture. Yay. I brought Wyndham into the fold on one of my recent streams here. My last AEW stream. What I would be doing with him. Because I don't know where he's going to turn up at this point. I still say he shows up at Mania, which would suck since you took him out of the game. Unless there's a way they're just going to... Because, no. Well, they have the model from last year. It would be nothing for them to pop it in if they wanted to. Moveset's pretty much there. The entrance is already there. I still have a strong feeling he shows up at Mania. Tom Watts, I know you've been around from the beginning, my friend. I appreciate you. There's a bunch of you guys that have been around for the ride. And I've told everyone the same thing. God forbid they do anything to this channel at some point in time. You never know, man. They can get froggy. almost every video I post gets the copyright warning, which basically says I can't monetize it, but it doesn't. It'll block it in some countries, and then you look at the countries, and it's like, ain't nobody in Afghanistan watching my shit. Fuck that. I don't care. As long as I got U.S. and Canada, I'm good, man. I still have a very small portion of my audience that comes from, like, the U.K. or I think Turkey has a couple of subs in there. And I appreciate you, too. But I'm just saying, you're not my core audience right now. So if anything were to happen to this channel, One Nation is where you will find me. I will start another channel with the number one, the Word Nation, and Vince McSham, and you'll be able to find me that way. So any of those things will be your how to find him now if this channel goes away. I'll be heartbroken because I got so much content on this channel that I don't have backed up, and I would just be devastated if it were all gone. But that would just mean we start all over again. Y'all better subscribe again if that happens. Power to the people. Yeah, when Paul Heyman and Jim Ross were doing Monday Night Raws, and then they brought in Jerry Lawler, they brought him back. So Lawler left very quickly after his girlfriend Kat dumped him, and he kind of went to an emotional meltdown, I guess. Where are we at here? Uni Voice. We are going to make a new one. And they put Paul Heyman there. Man, Heyman, he was saying some stuff you ain't supposed to be saying. And this time we're going to set this up completely independent. Has anyone done Superstar mode? Part of me is tempted to try it, and I guess you can toggle back and forth. You can start a classic mode and then toggle back over here and do that. Do you want to proceed classic mode? Tutorials on bed. Tutorials can be turned off anytime. I guess I probably should go there and turn those off because they are annoying as all hell. Let's go here first off. And delete, delete, delete. Yeah, I know. We're going to let me do that. All right, let's go to edit. Yeah. Hey. It's my Mr. Miyagi moment. Hey, Danielson. And let's go here. And we will go with Dynamite. Come on. We'll go into edit. Take a look, make sure everything looks good, everything looks fine. Random USAs or OKs. We got that's all good. Boom. And then we save it. So now there's Dynamite. And then we're just going to change our participants out. And number of matches. Oh my goodness. Not 9, please. We'll be here all day, every day. We'll go with 5. 5 is good. And then we'll do 4 on Rampage. I find 5, you can usually get that done in an hour. An hour's fair. I mean, people don't want to sit through gaming on a regular program type thing. I don't think more than an hour. And even then, they're probably skipping through quite a bit. Hell, I skipped through real wrestling, so. Participants. All right, Adam Page, Adam Cole. Austin Theory. Bobby Fish. Braun could show up there. I mean, he's free to go wherever he wants right now. Bryan Danielson. We'll put Brooklyn in there as a jobber. Oh, yeah, he's going to show up. For sure he's showing up. Have they officially announced Cesaro signing? We'll throw Chase on there. Punk. Got Darby. And you can see that cover up that we did on the chin. It's taking that glare away. Got Eddie. Use them for jobbers. Yeah, I think Ember Moon's ready to start surprising some people and making an appearance. We'll throw her in AEW. I gotta do some more of the Dark Order. Wait a minute. Yeah, Grand Metalik was released, right? So he's fair game. He's not there yet, but he could be. All right, we'll leave him out for now. Might come back later on that. Yeah, we gotta have to take that belt off of him. You can't bring that with you. Go with that, Jeff. Get rid of this one. Oh, yeah, we can leave him there. He might show up any day. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. Gargano's free to go. You know what? I have to start watching some Jordan Devlin because I saw him before he came to the WWE. And I saw a couple of his matches, and I was really impressed. And didn't even realize he was wrestling, I think he was, what, NXT UK, I think? He's another one that could easily show up very soon, so I'm going to leave him. We know he's in. They almost had Kevin Owens. She'll be showing up there. I can't believe she's in the game. How the hell did Lana get in the game, man? Kyle O'Reilly. Mansoor wants out so bad, they say, nah, you're going to stay. Not sure why. Mia Yim's another one that can show up. Mickey, she could show up. She's already kind of been going through the forbidden door. MJF for sure. Wouldn't it be great to see these two go head-to-head? Oh, my God. That is a decent match right there. Miro the Redeemer. Murphy. She could, but who wants to see it? We'll leave her there in case. I don't know. I don't see her coming there. I don't think anybody wants her. She's a train wreck. Oni, Otis, Pac. I love Peyton. I can't believe she's in the game. Talk about somebody who'd be great for AEW. Pete Dunne. Oh. The Purple Pain. I might bring Reckoning in at some point. We'll see. 25 different versions of Ray. Love me some Rhea Ripley. Boy, I've been a fan of hers from way back. Nope. Robert Roode. Also another one that's not getting used the way he should be. They're probably doing a little bit more with him in NXT now, it looks like. I've got to start checking out. And it's hard for me to watch it with that Saturday morning cartoon crap going on with it. Roderick Strong, is he still on the WWE roster or is he separated? Because I feel like he ought to be showing up in NXT or in AEW any day now. Todd Gordon was the president in Infrared. He wasn't the owner. He was co-owner. I take it back. I think he was a co-owner with Paulie, was he not? Because they had a falling out, and then Todd was gone, and Paulie took it over. Nick Patrick was a cool dude. I actually met him one time backstage when they were doing WCW Saturday TV tapings in Orlando over at Hollywood Studios there, MGM at the time. And they would usher the audience in kind of from behind the bleachers into the stands area, and he was coming through. Sherry was coming through at the same time, and I was shocked. Sherry was the sweetest thing in the world. She said, "Hey, babe, how you doing?" And just super friendly, and it's like, well, she's not that mega bitch you see on TV at all. Hawk, if you're referring to the promo that Shane Douglas did, I don't know that he dismissed Flair, but he basically told me he's an old man, needed to get out of the business. So, yeah, I guess you could say he dismissed him. Yeah, well, it was Tuesday Night Dynamite originally, and that's the logo I got. So, for now, we'll just go with it. In my world, it'll be Tuesday Night Dynamite. Brock Lesnar's gold wherever he goes. And the fact that they've let him do this new character of him, this country guy, because that's really who he is. But he's had a personality and doesn't need a mouthpiece. I mean, all this time we just thought he couldn't cut a promo. And he's getting such rave reviews backstage now for helping young talent, which just warms my heart, because I would have really thought from everything they ever said about the guy that he was just about himself, you know, the Brock machine, and that's all that mattered. What did Kingston say about Cesaro? I did not hear this. Selfie King, you had a crush on Nia Jax for Rizzle? You'd have to have at least 2 on her, wouldn't you? Oh, Strong is under a new contract. Sorry, can't take him then. Too bad. It would have been a good fit. Co-owner. Yeah, give me the points, man. What is ECW for 800, Alex? All right, so there's our roster for now. Wow, we still got 51? Really? Holy shit. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Well, I guess if you count the jobbers, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, all right. Just didn't think it was that many. And I forgot Wyndham. Boom. How did I forget some of these? Did they not show up? Gotta take him. Gotta take Wardlow. Jeez. We're missing some peoples. He might show up any day. Was he not on Impact? I think Tyler Breeze went to Impact. Which means he could have a world title match any day. I'm so glad I got this Triple H too, because I couldn't believe they didn't put him in with the hair as well. They always have at least one alternate. Toni Storm, yes, we're gonna add her. Fans only page. I don't know if y'all have heard, but man, Toni Storm's lighting it up. She is making serious bank in week number 1. Starting to sit there going, and I was putting my body through shit for what? Now it's everyone's thinking like she ain't never coming back. Tegan Knox, she's a free agent. I can use her. How did I miss all these people? Jeez Louise. Titus O'Neil's got to go. T-Bar got to go. So here's T-Bar before, after, before, after. Tamina looks totally different there. Sting, got to put him in. Got to take him out. I know nothing about Shotzi. I've heard the name once or twice. There have been rumors that Shelton was being released, and he got on Twitter and said, y'all, man, stop jumping the gun. I haven't been released yet. Thanks. Everybody's worried about being future endeavored in WWE. Get that out of there. Samoa Joe could show up. All right, that gets us back up to par. And now we have 52. All right, let's go to Edit Championships. Yeah. This is annoying as hell. We are going to remove... Yes. By the way, the 24/7, I'm sure, but you don't, like, if you have that on somebody, they don't just, like, defend that anywhere during the universe mode, right? When I saw they had the belt, I was like, okay, that only works if all of a sudden there's going to be some cutaway to a backstage thing that you didn't even book. All right, there's our World Championship. Hangman Adam Page, the proud owner. What just happened there? How come it's not showing him? All right, well, we'll get to that after. So it's not showing the champion if it's a created superstar? That's not good. Oh, vacate slot, vacate slot. There we go. We're going to vacate. Well, that's all I've got right now is just that and that, so... Well, Jade currently has it in real life. However, well, no, Chris Statlander in mine has it the championship. She just recently won that in an upset over Dr. Britt Baker. So we'll let Jade have this. I still haven't established this title yet, but just at least have it in there. There goes that. That's just to get us started. Plenty of work to be done yet. Guess I could have put it on Tuesday night, right? Oh, well. And then we will go here and add a minor show. Yeah. This guy's annoying. We're going to do 4. Oh, that's right. You can't... Stupid, right? It has to be a major show to just upload the whole show. That's how you get a custom show in there. Otherwise, I won't let you do what I'm doing right now. Stupid as all hell. Cliff, thank you for the education. I did not even know Nick Patrick's father was one of the assassins. Was he one of the masked assassins that we all know so well, or was it a different assassin? I had no knowledge of that whatsoever, and I also did not know he had his own promotion, so good for Nick. Oh, Eddie talks a lot of shit just to try and get under people's skin, I think. Cesaro would do amazing in AEW. Ace, welcome aboard. No, they're not crashing universe mode, so I'm happy to report that. However, you still cannot create belts unless you put a plate and then put an image on top of that plate. If you take all the plates and hide them and then put the image on the belt itself, on the strap, like we generally do for years now, that still will show up as just a plain black strap. All right, so for this, I might want to go with a smaller roster, even though anybody can show up on it. Did I have Andrade in the main one? I'm not sure. When I say smaller roster, I'm not just talking about people like Adam Cole size smaller. I'm just not as many people. Like I won't put Bryan Danielson or CM Punk on this one, for example. It'll be a little bit more about showcasing the talent that doesn't get as much. Yeah, we're going to put her on there. I still see Ember Moon showing up sometime soon. Even Fandango could show up. He's been on Impact, I believe, though. Again, a lot of these guys that I'm putting here are anticipated to arrive. Don't know that it'll ever happen or not. Take him out. Might add him back later. We'll see. Let's see. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Put Robin Ray on there. I would love to see Samoa Joe show up. I would feel like he'd probably go to Impact. I don't know why. I mean, the money obviously be better at AEW. He'd have a much friendlier schedule there. But I feel like he might want to finish up with his roots. Match-wise, I definitely like to see him in AEW. I mean, you see him against Miro. Ugh, good match. Stephanie was another one that the mods got in there. What's the status? Put her up there. I think she's still available. How many we got that time? 40. That's good. We brought it down. Number of matches, 4. Edit championships. Got to put the titles in, otherwise it won't give you the show. But it's not showing the champion if it's a created wrestler. Now, I wonder if it's because it's a created title. That's another possibility. Well, no, it's showing her. Oh, what's up with that? Doesn't like him. The Hangman not getting any love. I wonder what's up with that. It's all good, Hangman. We love you. All right, we got the first look at some AEW. This is not going to be anything official in the storyline or anything like that. This is simply a test. This is only a test. If this had been an actual stream, you'd have been notified. I'm going to take out Drew Gulak. I swear to God, he's getting on my nerves. Let's see what the computer come up with. These are some good matches. Oh, we're going to have to work on that. All right, before we get too far in, this is all good points here being made. Oop, no. Go to our superstars, and this is the easiest way to correct. Like, you can see their ratings now. So, Adam Cole, 85, I'd already worked on that one. Adam Page, I already worked on him. And only the created wrestlers have I done anything with, or the modded wrestlers for that matter. Although most of those are factory set and they look pretty good, and I don't mess with them. But some of these folks make like an Andre El Idolo and put him at a 96, and I'm like, no. Yeah, Mr. Superman is not here. Man, is that a babyface picture of Boss Man? That's got to be the day he walked into WWE. Look at that. He got no gut or nothing. So here's my big Boss Man story. Back in the day, this would have been, early 90s when they were doing the TV tapings down at MGM, Universal Studio, not Universal, Hollywood Studios, Disney's WCW tapings down there at the MGM Studios. There you go. The hotel I was running at that time was a small mom-and-pop hotel, about 150 rooms. And we were about 4.5, 5 miles away, I would say, from Disney property. Well, as anyone probably knows, these wrestlers pay their own expenses when it comes to staying on the road, and they always try to find a way to cut corners. And we had a pretty inexpensive hotel. A lot of times you can get rooms for like $25 a night. So apparently one night, now my girlfriend was working the front desk in the afternoons from like 2 to 10. I was working the mornings from 7 to 2. And then we get together after work or on days off. Anyway, one day, now she knew wrestling through me, and I got her to go to the matches a few times and stuff like that. So she wasn't a wrestling fan, but she got to know some of them by watching a couple of matches live or on TV with me. And one day she calls me up, say, yeah, so you know that guy on TV with the police uniform? I said, the Big Boss Man? He had just moved over to WCW, like maybe a month ago. He was like a month into WCW run. The Big Boss Man? She said, yep. What about him? He just checked in a little while ago. I said, you gotta be kidding me. So at that time, it was kind of when internet was still in its baby stages, and we didn't know their real names. But I did. It was Ray Traylor, because I had his registration card with his actual address and everything. Well, come to find out, he tried to get her to go back to the room with him. I was like, hey, you want to sign something? I got pictures and stuff, but you ain't going to do that. But that's my claim to fame. The Big Boss Man wanted to tap my girlfriend. Gives a whole new definition of serving hard times, if you know what I'm saying, baby. Assassin number 1 is his father. I did not know. Tom Watts, you're going to blow my thunder, man. No, we're definitely going to be doing some Ring of Honor. I already kind of dabbled with it a little bit if you look back on one of the recent streams. It was a 2K19. If you didn't see it, I'm not going to spoil it because it opens up with a little bit of a zinger right off the bat, which should give you an idea of the direction I'm looking at taking it. I'm just catching up on some of these comments real quick. And again, Assassin number 1 is his father. I did not know that, so thank you. Love learning new stuff. Yeah, Ronda Rousey's going to be coming in DLC. That doesn't make a bit of sense to me. She should have been in the game to begin with. You knew she was coming back. I mean, and she's still Ronda Rousey even if she ain't coming back. Oh my God, Fandango was in the Crockett Cup. It actually looked, from the highlights that I saw, like the Crockett Cup wasn't a horrible event. Now, I didn't watch the whole event. I'm glad as hell. And I actually did see a big chunk of the NWA title match. And I thought for sure they were putting the belt back on Nick Aldis, which maybe down the road that is the plan. In my opinion, personally, it's a mistake. Nick Aldis, I don't think he could draw flies at a picnic. Has anyone ever paid a ticket or a pay-per-view to see Nick Aldis? I get that he was the best they had for a while. And they put the belt on him, had him hold it for a while. Didn't have too many memorable matches. Yeah, he had Cody, lost the belt to Cody, won it back from Cody. Other than that, really? And the matches he's had haven't been great matches. So having it on Matt Cardona, this is a guy who can fucking work. Matt Cardona's got personality. I mean, he's the guy you should be putting that belt on and leaving it on for a while, man. Let him have some run with it. So I hope they don't turn around and take it back from him, but I got a feeling they probably will, because it seems like Matt's got irons in other fires, and none of them are burning that hot. I mean, Impact can only pay you but so much, but probably more than NWA. And he's got to get out of that friggin' guerrilla warfare bullshit wrestling. Death matches are for people that can't wrestle. That's all there is to it. That deathmatch wrestling is crap. Dango has been on NWA with JTG. No kidding. Now I'll tell you this. The last I watched NWA, JTG had been on for maybe 5 or 6 episodes. And he was the one guy freaking wrestling. He was bumping hard, man. He was selling. And I'm like, yeah, that's what y'all missing is right there. Getting the belt off Trevor had to happen. I mean, I get you got the lineage there with the Murdoch name. Having him on the roster still a good thing. And for a big old man, he doesn't do bad. But if that's your world champion, how does anyone take your product seriously? Today, he was a tag team champion. He never challenged for a world title. See some buffering going on with the stream. Hopefully everything's okay here. Yeah, it looks like it's still working. Not call it guerrilla warfare, because that's what the hell it is. Infrared, I know what it is. GCW. Goddamn crappy wrestling. Imagine if we see Shane in AEW. Yeah, imagine. That could happen. I have no idea, Ace, about doing one of the portraits for Scarlett or Alexa Bliss. I don't use them simply because it takes up spots that I'm going to need. Matter of fact, at the end of all this, I'm going to have to go through. Let me continue doing what I was doing. I get sidetracked so easily. I'm like a squirrel in traffic. You ever see that, man? Squirrels would be perfectly fine if it just keeps running across the street while you're driving down there. But then the dumbass stops, looks at your car, goes to the left, goes to the right, and inevitably runs right under your tire. And I just say, well, that's Freud right there. Not Freud, but that's the hell you got there. Natural selection. That's what that is. Obama. All right, well, my tip is you got to get you some Obamacare. That ought to help you. Seriously, I don't know why it would be doing that, but here's what I told other people. If your game was not crashing until today, well, let's go this way. Obama, what system are you running on? Are you on PlayStation? Are you on Xbox? Or are you PC? So we'll start with that. Yeah, he tried showing her the nightstick, D-Train. What's up with that? Nah, Grant, we weren't engaged or nothing. She didn't have a ring on it, but and she's a pretty girl. She was pretty tall, thin, blonde hair, blue eyes, great smile. Selfie, you bring up a great point. What happened to surprises? What the fuck? Everybody, man. Can't we have a surprise anymore? CM Punk. It's like, we're going to be in Chicago next week, just saying. Anything can happen when we're in Chicago. It's like, gosh damn it, just paint it on a billboard, why don't you? The whole reason the Monday Night Wars worked is when the Road Warriors suddenly showed up on Nitro. Who the hell knew that was going to happen? When Scott Hall came walking through the crowd, they didn't say a week earlier, just saying, some guy that might rhyme with Dezer Maimon might be here next Monday. You didn't tell people. It happened. And if you weren't watching, oh, well, you got fucked out of it. You didn't see it. You'll have to listen to it from everybody else. That's what made it must-see TV. If you didn't watch, you're going to miss something. And there wasn't a damn pay-per-view ever that didn't either have a major plot twist or a surprise entrant show up. Somebody from a rival promotion, somebody who's just been off TV for a year, whatever the case may be. You got something for a pay-per-view dollar. Now, they're glorified cards. So, why the hell can you sneak the Hardy Boys into WrestleMania where no one knew? Everyone suspected, but no one knew. Even backstage, didn't know. If you've seen the video, man, they put them in a blacked out van. They had hoods over them. When they came out of the van, they were escorted with hoods over them all the way in. And I was sitting at that WrestleMania. Right on my left shoulder was the entrance that they came through. And there was a spot that you could easily see behind the backstage area as they were like in the warm-up position and all that. You could see them. We were talking to them. And we didn't know who the hell was there because at this point you already got two teams in there. You got the pyro going, the ladders are there already, and then all of a sudden here comes, and you got New Day out there going, yeah, we thought we would do something and make this extra special. And we now at this point in time, now my cousin had gone the night before to ROH and watched the Hardys drop the belts there. And that was, I think, Lakeland, if I'm not mistaken, which is a hop, skip, and jump over to Orlando. And he's like, I knew it. The Hardy Boys are going to be here. They dropped the titles last night. I said, are you shitting me? Said, yep, nope, they lost the belts last night. They're going to be... And I'm like, no. And all of a sudden, the music kicks in. Everyone losing their freaking mind. And it was great. Because even though you kind of thought so, you didn't know. Right now, nobody knows where Wyndham's going to go. Nobody knows. We all suspect. We have our ideas. We have our thoughts. But I don't know. You don't know. It's all speculation. Whoever the hell signs him needs to shut up and just have him appear at a major event like WrestleMania, which is what they should be doing with Cody Rhodes. But now, damn, cat's all out of the bag. Horses have done run out the barn. And there's no, I mean, we know it's going to happen. It's the worst kept secret since Jeff Hardy going to AEW. Here's Matt Hardy all of a sudden, and his boys are turning on him in the ring. Everyone's looking to the entrance. They know who's coming through that gate. They've taken the explosion of that moment out of it with major all right, so now we talk about CM Punk, and they screwed the pooch on that royally. Let's talk about how they did it right, which makes me still try to figure out why they're backtracking with Jeff Hardy. So they go and do the CM Punk thing. He has his first match, and it's on pay-per-view. That had to be the best buy rates they've ever had, probably the best they'll have for a long time, because even I bought that thing for 50-something bucks because I wanted to see CM Punk's first match back in 7 years, and it didn't disappoint. And that pay-per-view ended up being, in my book, one of the top probably 3 or 4 of all time. I put that up there with Canadian Stampede from In Your House. I put it up there with the first WrestleMania, which to me is always the best WrestleMania because it was a do or die and the just the electricity around that event. People that weren't wrestling fans knew about it. They knew who was in it. They actually had people they wanted to know won, and even if they weren't going to watch it and pay for it, when you got back from it, it's like, hey, who won this match? Who won that match? And they knew. Now, that might have been the last interaction with wrestling they ever had, but they had it. But what they did right, CM Punk has his match, that's all well and good. And then, all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, here comes Adam Cole, and that place pops. Am I doing it backwards? Was it Adam Cole, and then I think Bryan Danielson came out first, didn't he? And then Adam Cole. Whichever way, doesn't matter which one came first, which one. It wasn't chicken or the egg. Bottom line is, you were not expecting that second one to drop. You just got a big pop out of this. That's it. We're done. That's our moneymaker right there. Damn, we got Bryan Danielson. Holy shit. And then all of a sudden, Adam Cole, baby. Yeah, he came first because it looked like he was going to turn is what it was. And then Bryan came out. Either way, that is how you do it. We all suspected Bryan Danielson was going to show up at AEW, but not once you saw Adam Cole come through the curtain. And that's it. We're not going to get two of them. So they need to put the surprise back in. That's all I'm saying. Now we all know Cody's going to show up. If not before, he's going to show up at WrestleMania. Seth's going to be in the middle of the ring with no opponent. I told all of you, nobody had the guts to come out here and face me. They don't want to go up against the Monday Night Messiah. And now all of a sudden, boom, there it's going to go. I don't know if Cody owns his own music or not. Doesn't matter. He's going to come down. He'll be painted up as Stardust, and it'll be all over again. Here we go. Okay, he's not going to be painted up as Stardust. I guarantee you that's in the new contract. Selfie Gang, it is the internet, but at the same time, the internet can't have stuff there if you don't give it to them. The internet didn't say anything. I'm on the internet quite a bit, and I knew nothing about Matt and Jeff Hardy being at that WrestleMania. There was speculation, but there was nothing that was done deal. Now we already know he has signed a contract. There's no mystery. There's no shock or surprise. We just know that either Monday night or at WrestleMania Night 2. Well, would he be Night 2 or Night 1, do you think? Probably Night 1's going to need the pop. Night 1's going to need it. Then don't even get me started on this two-night WrestleMania crap. I hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Once they took the words pay-per-view out of the deal and didn't have to worry about that money anymore, yeah, why don't we make it 2 nights? If you were charging $50 a night, you wouldn't be doing that because you wouldn't be making $50 a night. Yes, Luger debuting on Nitro. Thank you. That's how you do it. And with the Monday Night Wars, that shit happened all the time. You had to keep tuning into both shows. You had to record them. You had to watch them because you didn't know who was going to Zoom who. Rick Rude shows up on both shows in the same night. Adam Cole was first. Yeah, I thought so. Theo, welcome aboard, buddy. Good to have you here. Cody has the rights to that song? Okay, then. So expect that to be blaring over the speakers. NetZab, no, I just said it a second ago. Man, I know there's a delay in the stream. 8 hours of media? No, not at all. Yeah, the Radicals was another good one, Theo. You're right. That was another good what the hell moment, seeing them walk out like that. And again, that was, I mean, did the internet exist back then? Yes, but did you have all the Dave Meltzer stuff out there? Not like you do today. I mean, now it's almost like live time. It's in real time. We've got the news network right here, and here you go. The only thing they don't have is actual live video of them inking the contracts. Let me bounce around through this a little bit now that I got that off my chest. No, I am not okay with 8-hour WrestleMania at all. I think it's horrible. I think I get you want to give the talent their night. So then you're going to have to throw a few more multi-people matches together. You might have to do a different kind of, maybe you do a shortened down Royal Rumble, a 15-person Royal Rumble, and have it be for a championship or a number one contender for a championship. Or a 5-on-5, women's match to get more of them a spotlight and an opportunity in there and keep it to 15, 20 minutes, which I know doesn't sound like a lot of time when you got that many people, but bottom line is no matter, even with 2 nights in 8 hours, you're still going to have people that didn't make it to the WrestleMania card that have been wrestling all year long. And that's just the way it's always been, the way it's always going to be. But, man, don't overdo it. And 2 nights is overdoing it. Think about the people that live local to these events, okay? And haven't had 2 here in Orlando, I can tell you. And this before it was 2 nights. Okay, both of our WrestleManias were one-night events. But you had WrestleMania. Well, sorry, that was first you had the Hall of Fame, then you had WrestleMania, then you had Monday Night Raw, and then you had SmackDown, all in the same arena for the most part except for Mania. If you went to all four of those, you dropped some coin. I did not. I went to Mania and the Hall of Fame, and that's it. I'm not going to Monday night, and I'm not going. No, enough is enough is enough. But I know people that did. And cheap seats right now are still in the 50s. So, I don't know. I think it's obscene. I'm surprised at the people that will invest that much of their time. On any given night, there's only maybe 2 or 3 matches I give a rat's ass about. Now, if you took those 2 nights and combined them to one card, then I'm going to care about almost the whole card, which I thought was the original plan for the thing. Well, what do I know? Chase is at a 75. That's good. We can work with that. 87 on Jericho. 88 on Punker. 88 on Cody. 69 on Corey Graves. For 69, he's been doing pretty damn good on our shows. I don't know if you want to touch that. Oh, hell. You got to give him a little something here, no wonder. He's got. How does he do it? I wonder if these stats. You know what I need to do is zero all these stats out and put them in the ring. Well, I'll do it to one of the jobbers and put them in the ring with somebody and see if it matters. Because, man, if you've been watching these streams that I've put Corey in, actually, I haven't put him in. Most of the stuff's all been booked by the game. And I've just left it run the way it is. But Corey's been putting on a show. Matter of fact, just won a big tag team match the other day. And I'm looking at these numbers and wondering how the hell that happened. I bet this is all for show. I bet this doesn't mean shit. They've got busted for that in the past. That's fair enough. We'll give him a 79. Oh, yeah, we get all 3 slots going now, too. I love Dakota Kai. I think she's awesome. Dana Brooke. Ah, yes, Danhausen. Very nice and very evil. Raven and TNA. Man, I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, so Benoit was a big deal, Theo. You're right. Benoit was, because they put the belt on him. He didn't want it. And to his credit, he told them up front, I'm not sticking around, man. Y'all shit on me too much. Basically, his story is what is happening with me at work right now. I've never left a job without 2 weeks' notice in my life, but I'm looking forward to doing it here. Once again, for all of you just joining the stream, I know it's been a long one as we've been testing this thing out for all it's worth. And now we're building a universe mode as well. Thank you for being here. I'd appreciate it greatly if you just click that like button down below. We're trying to grow the nation even bigger. Rather have 2 nights than 6 to 7 hours. I'd like neither. I'd like to have 1 night of a rock-solid card for 4 hours. If you have to, you could do a kickoff show for an hour that doesn't have any of your main matches, of course. I mean, you can put like a cruiserweight match or something like that. Not to disrespect the cruiserweight division. It's just not selling tickets. Nobody's lining up to see 205. David Snoopy, second channel. I love that name. David Snoopy, second channel. So I only did one attempt on GM mode. It worked fine for me, but it's nothing about it that makes me want to play it again. I've never been a GM mode fan. I've never understood why people are all into it. I get that there's something for everybody, and that's one of the things about this game that is good when it's working properly. But GM mode, and especially, I mean, look, you can only defend a world title and a tag team title. That's it. Can't defend a women's championship on it. Can't defend an intercontinental title or U.S. title or anything else. That's not GM mode. And then from what I've seen in videos and stuff, you could have a 5-star match and it doesn't affect the ratings. Then what the hell are you doing? So to me, I'm not going to even look at it again. And I knew that was going to be the case because I'm just not into that. Well, everybody, Theo piggybacks off Mania. That's just the way it is. Matter of fact, I got to reach out to my buddy ODB and see if she's going to be. Now, if you guys don't know, you know who ODB is, I'm sure. And now that she's not really wrestling too much anymore, she has her side business, which is the ODB, I want to say a meet and greet truck. And it's M-E-E-T. Or no, M-E-E-A-T. M-E-A-T, meet and greet. So she's got her own like pulled pork truck that's a food truck. And it's got all decked out with her images on it. I mean, it's really nicely done. She spent some money on this thing. And she drives around to different areas. So wherever an event like Mania is going to be, and then they got WrestleCon, she'll be around those areas selling stuff and saying hi and maybe taking a quick picture or things like that. Super cool lady. When I was managing the RV park in Daytona last year, she was one of our residents and really just cool as hell. If I see her walking around, I give her a ride somewhere because she's kind of spaced out on the property. She had her rig at one place, and then she had the food truck at the back end, so it was a pretty good hike. And, yeah, we just had some really, really cool talks about wrestling, so she'll be around there. I can almost guarantee it. David Stoopy, I tried to upload something a moment ago, but I think it's because I was using somebody else's logos, and they probably said you can't share it. It wouldn't even let me do it. But when I did pull it up with the other items that I've uploaded in the past, they were there. But I haven't done one since the patch, so maybe there's different. 205 Live isn't even a show anymore. Well, guess what? I wouldn't know because I wasn't watching it when it was, so I don't miss that. And apparently nobody else was watching it either. And the Cruiserweight division is dead. It's unfortunate because they could put on a good show in their own right. But there was something different about it in WCW. Nobody else has caught that. Even ECW for that matter. ECW and WCW did it right where... And part of it was who they had. I mean, come on, man. You had Dean Malenko. You had Benoit. You had Rey Mysterio. Juventud. I mean, you had guys that... Hey, I want to watch this one do what they do. Now you got a bunch of guys who can still put on a good show, not taking anything away. You know, back in the day, you had TJP as part of 205. But it never made me give a rat's ass to want to watch it. Because you don't give them a whole division. Like, you don't give them a whole 1 hour show. You give them a match on a 1 hour show. Danhausen. Love that Danhausen. Hashtag. Indeed, Theo, WrestleMania week is always a wild weekend. It will be right here as well. We're going to have some multiple WrestleManias. I'm going to wrap up 2K20. I don't think I'll be going back to it once I do my WrestleMania for 2K20. I just want to finish up some of the storylines there that we've been working through. And then I'll probably do another Mania here on 2K22. And then I'll probably do 1 or 2 shows from the other promotions. Kind of like it'll be in real life. Well, if they're having a big food thing, I can almost guarantee you. Matter of fact, she's got a website for it, and I think it's ODB's Meet and Greet. Like I said, MEAT. D-Train, tell me what has become of Akira Tozawa, because I don't know. I watch so little WWE product, I really am ignorant of anything going on there outside of Brock and Roman. I know that they have absolutely flushed Drew McIntyre down the drain with the stupidest angle going into a WrestleMania. This is a guy that headline was the world champion, and I feel so bad for him that he had to be the champion during COVID. Yeah, Theo, well, we all had to do that. Like I said, I had this thing maxed out where if I would have put one more logo, it would crash my universe mode. And now I've been downloading stuff all day long, and it's working fine. So they fixed that at least, which is a major one. That's a big one right there. All right, so Danhausen, he's good. Let's keep on moving down the list here as I get sidetracked so easily. We're having great conversations today. This is one of my favorite streams in a very long time. Very long time. Oh, my goodness. 75? What? Let me help you, dear. Let's get this finisher. Boom. Special. Recovery. 75. Pshaw. Power submission defense. Leg durability. Arm durability. Aerial reversal. Grapple reversal. Technical submission offense. Power submission offense. Aerial range. Not too much. Aerial offense. Where are we at there? 87. That's better. But I think we need to get a little better than that even. $88. Be nice if they would show you a running total in the upper right corner or something like that as to where they're at, so you don't have to keep on jumping out to look. Grapple reversal. All right, 90. We're going to save it there. No. Go back in here. And then you actually have to make a change. If you don't change a number, at least one number, it won't do this. Save all settings. All right, back to where we were. Let me check on the comments. What? What? He's making out with Tamina? Who did he piss off? What bet did he lose? Oh, that's so sad. And this is what I'm telling you. When I talk about the writing quality, the storytelling quality in WWE and why I can't watch it, I ain't watching that. Why would I want to watch that? Why would anyone want to watch that? Tamina's a legit wrestler. I mean, she's a little older now. She might not do what she did a few years ago, but she's still a legit wrestler. Tozawa's a wrestler. He's a legit wrestler. Last I checked, it's wrestling, okay? You can call it sports, entertainment, all that crap you want, which, by the way, I kind of like what what Jericho's doing right now. I'm kind of liking it. At first, when he started it, the week after the breakup with the Inner Circle, I was like, I don't know about that. But now, yeah, I can see that this thing is going to be huge. And what better way to just, like, rub their face in it? Yeah, I think Ibushi's saying the same thing. He trained. Thank God. Well, you think Drew's got it bad going against Happy Corbin. How do you think Baron has it having to be Happy Corbin? What a waste of a great talent, man. This guy, Baron Corbin, could have been, he was the lone wolf with the best finisher. When End of Days first happened, people were like, it was like Goldberg kind of stuff. That was like the jackhammer of the new era. And he was the lone wolf, the biker, Sons of Anarchy looking kind of dude. You could have partnered him up with some of those other characters. I forget the names off the top of my head, but they all got run out because they said some racial stuff or whatever it was. The Forgotten Sons. You could have had him with the Forgotten Sons like as a gang, kind of like back in the day there with The Undertaker and whatever the hell they were called. I can't remember it right now. But you could have made him serious business, man. Especially knowing that Undertaker was winding down and you needed another monster kind of guy with a devastating finisher who could take that spot. Well, you know what? There's no reason Tamina can't end up with the bloodline. That's a really good point, Infrared. I actually like that. JDN, welcome. Yeah, I've been noticing that too. I thought it was just me or maybe my settings. And unless I'm wrong, and we can see that in a minute here, I don't think they have that option anymore of making it a fast match, like so far as ending quickly. And they took out the squash match, which I think is stupid. It was nice to have an occasional squash match, man. Plus, it saves time on the stream. Not going to lie, I booked me a lot of squash matches for that purpose, just so we can get more matches in and still stay under an hour. Ibushi's been cursed the last year or so. Well, I don't follow him enough to know, but I will take your word for it. John Wesley Thomas in the house. Well, I'm not going to say I'm sports entertainment by any stretch of the imagination, but I do enjoy what he's doing. And I'll probably end up buying a damn t-shirt once it comes out because I know he's going to come up with a good one. I'm just trying to picture Tozawa and Tamina making out, and I don't know if I can get that image out of my brain. For those of you just joining us, welcome to this very long stream of checking out what works and what doesn't. I was going to entitle it originally, What Did 2K Fuck Up Now? But decided not to. All right, Eddie at an 84. Do I feel that's fair? He ain't won nothing. Yeah, that's fair. And again, I'm not sure. I'm going to set, matter of fact, here's El Mago. Boom. We're going to set El Mago to the lowest numbers possible. And we're going to book him in the first match, and we're going to see if this shit means anything. Because I got a funny feeling it doesn't, based on some of the matches I've already seen happen. All right, that gives him a solid 30. I've never had anyone with that low rating. All right, El Mago is going to come in at 30. And I'm going to put him in there against somebody that's going to brutalize him. And I want to see him win the damn match, and then we are just going to absolutely light up 2K's Twitter. I'll get a new Twitter account just to do it. And we'll do it on all slots. El Mago is going to be our go-to jobber when you absolutely positively have to get a match done in 5 minutes or less. El Mago, your man. And Junior, you can hang out there at 70, that rock solid 70. El Ordinario looks a lot like El Generico, does he not? Red beard and all. Looks a little familiar, doesn't he? And then there's a lot of talk that WWE has nothing for him right now. I was like, when did you ever have anything for this guy? I couldn't figure it out. I never cared for his gimmick. His gimmick was ripping off The Rock. That's all he did. It's not like he can't wrestle, don't get me wrong. And I think one of the best things for him will be to get the hell out of WWE and go to AEW or go to even Impact Wrestling and just lose the gimmick and be you, because the gimmick sucks. Jeez, a guitar. I don't remember ever seeing that before. Oh, wait. Honky Tonk Man, Jeff Jarrett. I'm sure there's another dozen people I'm just not thinking of right now. Not even talking about, what's his name, Boogs? Enough guitars, man. Just wrestle. He's got the look. Man, the model of Eric Bischoff is horrible. Horrible. Doesn't have the leather jacket. Doesn't even have he's wearing jeans and a t-shirt with no belt. Not even a friggin' belt. And the model, does it look like him a little bit? I suppose it does, but as DLC for a pre-order, no, man. It's pretty sad. 80 on Uno, I think that's fair. 91 on the Fiend. We're going to let that ride. I don't even know if I'll be using him or not, but it's such a damn good creation. Goldberg at 88. Look at that. Look at that. That's terrible. I mean, that's like putting yellow polka dots on Dusty Rhodes. That would be like taking somebody like, I don't know, Terry Taylor, who can wrestle, and telling him he's got to be a rooster. Oh, wait, they did that shit, didn't they? Hook at an 85. He ain't done nothing yet, so we'll leave that there. Swerve. We got to take that belt off of him. We'll do that in a minute. Jalen, 87. That's higher than I wanted to give her, but that's okay. Especially since we don't know if these numbers actually work for anything. Jay Pierce coming in at a rock solid 71. And Hardy maintains his 85. The King, what's he at? 86? That's respectable. That's kind of in his heyday. Anvil also at 86. Oh, Jinder Mahal, have the mighty have fallen. Oh, 77. I guess that juice only goes so far, huh, buddy? Man, the fact that they ever put a world title on this guy. Wow. I thought only Impact did that shit. Sad Corbin was also bad. It was all bad, man. Just let him be the friggin' lone wolf. I have not noticed, JDN, that there are certain finishers that are impossible to reverse. I have noticed that there's a lot of them that get kicked out of. More than even real life. Your new 50 or under ratings champions. You remember when WCW ran a series of matches with Jobber versus Jobber on like Saturday night? So that even the jobbers could get a win once in a while, except for the one that lost. I mean, if you lost to Jobber versus Jobber, you were never going to win a match. But at least the Monkeys had a day where they could be winning something. Yeah, Justin, welcome aboard. Justin 1980, and I agree, man. somehow somebody either just decided, hey, watch what we do to him next. Like it's a big joke. Like everyone gathers around the table. Hey, watch what we do with Corbin, man. The dude's a legitimate biker, man. Let him do it. Give him some leather. Give him some of those UFC gloves. And let him go ham on people and just be angry as hell. And you got enough reason to make him angry. Look at these freaking characters you've given him to play. Let me write for him for a month and I'll have him over. He'll be challenging Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar in the same night and beating both of them for the title. JDN, here's the problem with the WWE today. They don't even know when they've got something good in the hand. They screwed up with Aleister Black so badly, man. He is gold. And I think if they would have kept him and let him do him, that he'd be much better than even as an AEW. AEW doesn't have the machine that the WWE has. They have money, don't get me wrong. They don't have... Conceptually, they just don't have what the WWE has to offer. WWE makes stars. Period. That's what they've always done. That's what they always do. AEW, I'll give them a little bit of credit now. Unlike Impact. Impact stole stars. That's all they did. They took other people's work and then tried to not get sued by using the name as much as they could, but they would get as close to it as they could without getting sued. Christian Cage. And then they would promote people that you already knew from WWE and then brought them into there. So, hey, you know all our guys. Well, yeah, because we saw them at their peak in the other promotion. And where I saw them, they were performing in front of 18,000, 20,000 instead of 2,000, 4,000. So all that comes to play. But AEW has made some talent of its own. Sammy Guevara is getting pretty good. I didn't like him in the beginning at all because he's hurting a lot of people. But he's gotten better. Britt Baker, perfect example. Oh, my God. You don't need to look no further than that. WWE had her and didn't know what to do. Want your release? Okay. Wish you your best in future endeavors. And boy, oh boy, now we want you back. Well, I'll bet you do. MJF, now, I'm going to give him more credit than anything else. AEW gave him a platform. A major platform and a big spotlight. MJF was killing it in MLW. He was the dynasty. He made that promotion, in my opinion, him and Jacob Fatu were the guys that I was watching for. So giving him the bigger spotlight just made him that much better. And letting him do what he does, that promo between him and Punk, the first time they got in the ring together, wow. I mean, it don't get any better than that. I replayed that promo 5 times just to watch it again. New Check's got the vacuum cleaner? What's up with that? Deadline, is the game worth it? You know what? To answer that question depends on what your interests are in the game. If you're into GM mode, nobody likes GM mode. GM mode just doesn't have the offerings it should have. You're only allowed to defend 2 titles, and it's a world championship and tag team titles, and that's it. Having 5-star matches does not help your ratings in any way, shape, or form. So, if that's what you're into, you'll be disappointed. If you're like me and you play Universe mode a lot, well, at least now we can play Universe mode again because it was glitching up badly until the patch today, and that's kind of what this whole stream has been about. As I continue to slowly scroll through my roster here. Moxley is an 86 is good. So, am I okay with the game? The fact that it's been a month before I could really play the game the way I want to, that's not a great thing. But the patch is in. They still haven't patched the belts, so you can't download people's belts and have it work. It'll just be a shiny black belt with no logos on it. So that's still a disappointment. But the game itself for me is playing it. Now, online play, I never do that. I have not, I think I've in my life played maybe 2 online matches, and that's going back to like 2K18. Not my thing. Not interested. You got a lot of guys that know how to spam buttons and have modded controllers, or they're just that good. But it's not fun for me because everybody's just punching and kicking. It doesn't look like a wrestling match. Doesn't feel like a wrestling match. So all I do is Universe for the most part, and then they took a lot of Universe out, man. There's no promos in Universe mode. That's a huge kick in the dick. Karrion Kross only an 84, really. Now, I didn't watch Karrion Kross at all in NXT because I stopped watching NXT a while back. Those of you that have been around this channel for a while probably heard me say it, but about the same time Bayley and her class graduated to the main roster is when I stopped watching because I really loved NXT up to that point. It was actually my #1 show. But, you know, Bayley at that time was one of my favorites. And you just had so many other big names at that time. You had Charlotte there. You had Sasha, and everybody got called up. You had Prince Pretty at the time, you know. It's just a lot. It's like, I'm a Walking Dead fan, right? And we know we're going to lose a character every so often. Matter of fact, we're really overdue for a major character loss. But you don't come around and take 6 of them off the show at once. That's just too much. And that's kind of what happened, and that's when I just threw in the towel on NXT. Not to say it wasn't good when Undisputed Era took over and all that. I just didn't watch any of it at that point because I'd already tuned it out. Got an 80 going on Keith Lee. We'll leave that for the time being. We'll see how he does. 88 on Kenny Omega. I think that's fair. Killer Corbin. This is what I'm talking about. And by the way, we got to beef this up a little bit. Let's see what we got here. Finisher. 85. Well, we're going to see if these numbers even mean a damn thing here soon. $86. We'll stick with 86 for now. King Booker at an 88. Nakamura at an 88. Kofi. Everybody's got an 88. You get an 88, and you get an 88. Everybody's going to get an 88. Except Corey Klein. 59. Girl, it could have been a little higher, and that would have been awkward. Statlander, 93. Okay, let's be realistic. I love her, but come on, man. We got to keep it real. Movement speed is not that good. Agility is not that good. Stamina is not that good. Strength is not that good. Technical submission defense. We'll leave it. Durability. Power submission offense. Is she an aerialist? I don't remember her being an aerialist. Leg power definitely ain't gonna go that high. 87. Yeah, for now. Yeah, not sure that it even matters for anything. We'll find out very shortly here. Kushida O'Reilly with an 82. Kyra Kai, how's that for a name? Got to go in and give her some color on her outfit. Lacey Evans, boy, she went nowhere fast, huh? And I still can't get over the fact this bitch is in the game. Her husband ain't in the game and she's in the game. I love Liv Morgan. Glad to see her doing well. 76. Nothing says jobber like a 76. Macho Man with an 88. Oh, I got to change his name, don't I? Wait. No, Malachi Black. Yeah, we're good. Never mind. It was Alistair in the WWE. By the way, that's a hell of a call, too. That came out really, really good. You know you're screwed when you're begging for your release and your company won't let you go. And again, let me just say that this is one of the best calls out there right now. It looks amazing. And I'm okay with the 84. At this point in his career, yeah, I think that's very fair. Mia Yim. Mickey James. Ooh, the Redeemer. I'm going to leave him at 90, though, because they booked him right. That's the thing. Again, AEW did right by him. They made him a monster. They let him wrestle. And his promos have been good. The whole Redeemer thing, it's like, yeah, finally somebody made him interesting instead of a circus act. And I give credit to this dude, man. How many years with the company? 15? 16? Still looks good. Still moves in the ring good. Hardly ever injured. 86. I'm going to leave that. That's good. Oh, yeah. Never met a match she didn't botch. I have no opinion on Nikki in this gimmick. I mean, it's been done before. Oni Lorcan. Otis. Pac with an 86. That's good. I can go with that. On Purple Pain. Razor Ramon. Triple threat table matches giving the wrong winners. My goodness, this game's got so much to dive into. I'm scanning up here. I should start from the top, work my down on these comments here. Hold that thought a moment. Yeah, so I basically do universe mode exclusively. Once in a while, I might just, if I get a new created mode or something like that, or created character, I might throw them into a regular play mode just to make sure it looks good and plays all right and all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, I'm all about universe. Took Jinder to NXT and made him a monster. Well, I guess in NXT you probably could get away with that. The Jobber Invitational Tournament. The WWE told Jade Cargill that they were her family now. Look, I'm not a Jade Cargill fan because I mean, look, she's green. She's learning things. I think they pushed her too hard, too fast. And I don't really think she's that good. I'm not saying she won't be there. But I just don't feel it. It's like I would have much rather Ruby Riott take that. Or Soho, excuse me. Ruby Soho would have took that championship for TBS. Well, Justin, I'm going to call you on that. The WWE is not its all-time worst. Its all-time worst was when they had Doink the Clown and Duke the Dumpster Drozy, and everybody was a job title or description. A repo man. You know what I'm saying? An IRS agent. That was when it was shit. And fortunately, that's when ECW was on the rise and gave us an out. So for me, that will always be the worst point in WWE, WWF history. And look at some of the talent that they couldn't do anything with. Not even on the main roster, but you could, like what they're doing with Dolph now in NXT. They could have been doing that a long time ago. Joe Hennig, how in the hell? What did this guy do to who? Who did he piss off to never get a legitimate shot? He can wrestle. He's got the look, the lineage. You can use the axe from your grandfather, and then you got the fisherman suplex from your dad. Come up with one of your own. His biggest issue, his promos weren't great, but I swear to God, I'd have sat down with him for 2 weeks and fixed that shit. I'd have had him study Shane Douglas in ECW. And if he could have delivered a promo like Shane, and I'm sure he can. I don't think he was allowed to. I think his problem is he can't read off a script and do it well. But I think if you let him just go, if you watch my last stream for Impact, that was my plan for him, that what I would be doing with him. Money in the Bank matches allow pinfalls? Oh my God. What? Oh, I should be writing all this shit down. Oh my God. Well, I mean, do we know if that's been patched? Because that's a pretty big one, too. Women's Money in the Bank briefcase only letting you cash in on men's titles? Wait a minute. Are you telling me that Trish Stratus can win a Money in the Bank and then cash it in on a male? It'll allow it to happen? Can we have an intergender match? Is that a thing? Impact has some okay stuff nowadays, but then again, most promotions have high and low points. I also enjoy a lot of MLW and NWA. So MLW, I was a fan for a while. COVID, in my opinion, just crushed it for me. They did their best they could to stay relevant during that time. They did some good vignettes trying to keep Contra going and things like that. And I was happy to actually see, what's his name there from Lucha Underground. I thought that wasn't a bad move. I always thought he was a good actor for that show. I thought he played the role perfectly, Darius. And I wasn't bad seeing him. The fact that not only did they bring him back, they brought the character back. I'm presuming they had to pay something for that. They even gave him his office back with the bull on the desk and all that shit. So I was good with it. I thought he was going to run a faction. I thought he was going to have a Mexican faction and he was going to attack. But then all of a sudden he's taking over the whole show, turning it into Lucha Underground. And that's where you lost me there. So I stopped watching that. And NWA, I had to tap out, man. It was getting so bad. Now, maybe they're coming around a little bit, although the only thing I can tell you that I've seen, Camille still looks like $1 million, although she's still working on the in-ring stuff, okay? But she's getting better. And she's in the right place for her. For what she's doing right now, this is what she needs. You know, they're making her a monster in that promotion. If she went to WWE tomorrow, I guarantee you she'd be jobbed out to everybody. So the Usos splash can't be reversed? Now, I know there's some guys like, let's say, Randy Orton there where you can, while they're in the air, somebody's in the air, you can jump into your finisher out of it. Yeah, I know about Lacey having a kid, and you're right, she hasn't been back. She's still not back, right? Theo, I don't think she's back. Selfie, EA is in negotiations, but no, nothing has been put in ink yet. And honestly, I think it's going to be a matter of what they do with this game, how much they patch and how quickly. And you know, the fans have been generally receptive of this game, but it's not the greatest compliment when you're coming off the worst game ever created. I mean, I'm not just saying that as an opinion. Major gaming publications, guys who stream to thousands and thousands of people for many years, who are respected in the industry of gaming, who aren't necessarily wrestling game players, but they will tell you about a game being good, being bad, being broken. All that. I mean, across the board, 2K20 was not only given the worst scores ever, taking a recently won title from Cyberpunk for being the old-time most broken piece of shit at release. They didn't get to hold that crown for maybe a few weeks before they came along and said, excuse me, hold my beer. I will take that, belongs to me. And then, we're not going to be able to fix this, so we'll leave the 2K19 servers open for you until future notice. You'll have to play last year's game. What? Talk about waving the white flag. Holy shit. Thank God Ukraine has some leaders with more backbone than that, because I'll tell you what, they'd be singing a Russian national anthem 2 weeks ago if they had people from 2K in charge. Yes, Cesar Duran, that's correct, Theo. And again, I was happy to see him until I realized they were going to turn the whole show over. Yeah, and I agree. His promos weren't that bad, JDN. Here's what I'll say about EA Sports. I think if they were to get the franchise, the first year would be dismal. I think we would be missing 2K20. That's my prediction. I think that they would make an absolutely horrible product that nobody will be happy with. Prove me wrong. I still feel pretty strongly that they're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. What they might do with 2K is an extension for maybe only 1 or 2 years, which is what I would do. You know what? You guys have absolutely destroyed us for years with your games. They were horrible. They got worse. And yeah, you finally had a good game. We need to see that you can do it more than once and that you can build on the success. And then we can talk about adding 5 years. So I would give him a 1-year extension. 2 at the max. Matter of fact, I give him a 2-year extension with an out clause based on performance of the first year. So if 2K23 doesn't exceed this, then we're out of the contract. You know, and until there's some skin in the game for them, there's just no repercussions. They've got a 5-year contract. Whether they suck or not doesn't matter. Look what EA did to Star Wars franchise, and they kept the contract. No matter how much damage control had to be done by Disney afterwards. Christopher Lake, welcome aboard, buddy. And how little I watch a WWE product, I don't even know who those 2 names are, which tells you how much I don't watch them. But thanks for being here and chiming in. I'm sure everybody else knows who they are. WCW Backstage Assault. I don't know that I bought that one, and I buy pretty much every wrestling game that comes out, but I don't know that I got that one. What platform was that for? If it wasn't available on the PlayStation, and I know some of them were not, they were Xbox exclusives, so... $86 on Steamboat. We'll leave it there. This is my favorite version of him. Because even in the game, they kind of had his hair a little bit fluffed out like this versus the slicked back. And I much prefer this Seth Rollins to this Seth Rollins. And I'm not a huge Seth Rollins fan in general, but still haven't forgiven him what he did to Sting. 8 on Sting. Got a 90 on Thunder Rosa. Yeah, we'll leave it. I still can't get over what that girl's doing on Fans Only, and it's not like she's doing anything nude. She's just doing a damn photo shoot. She's gorgeous. I've always said that. I don't see her ever going back to wrestling. I just don't think that was her love as much as the celebrity aspect of things and the money, of course. But now she's making more money in a day doing nothing. They use the same shot of Trish all the time. I haven't seen her in the game yet this year. I haven't had a look at that. Wardlow at an 85. Regal's at an 85. And we're done. All right. So now we at least have everybody up there. All right. Let's book some matches. We'll run through that one. We'll leave that one there. And then we are going to go here, and we are going to put El Mago to the test. El Mago with his 30. Well, we could put him against Pac, but I want to see if we can put him against, I don't know who yet. Let's see. Maybe Wardlow? Hey, how about Wyndham? There you go. Boom. Adam Page and Sting. That's interesting. Hero against Danhausen. Oh, my God. This ain't going to end well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick this one off. Again, this is nothing official in my storyline whatsoever. This is strictly to test out the server, or the patch, I should say, and see how good or bad it's working. Welcome to all of you joining this mega stream that is now approaching 4.5 hours. Thank you to everybody who's been here from the start, which I know a few of you have. This has been one of those special days here in the nation. We're at 95 likes. Let's get 5 more likes on this thing before we're done. Click that like button down below. Make sure you hit the bell notification so that you know the next time we do one of these crazy things, which will probably be tomorrow. If you got social media, put us up there. Let people know that are into this thing. Have them come check us out. They might like what they see. If you're a new subscriber, check out some of the content, especially the 2K19 for the last 2 years. I think you'll find some stuff there that you enjoy. And then, of course, put comments on there so I know what you like and what you'd like to see that's not there. Liking the arena so far, that's looking good. If I do say so myself. JDN, that's what I've been saying. They need to make the renders totally separate so it doesn't count against you. And that's why I'm not using them. Nintendo 64 on the PS1. Well, I could have had it on the PS1, but I don't think I did. Let's put it this way. If I did, I still do. It's here. All right, jump into this. See how long it takes to load in. So GDN, with the My Faction thing, I haven't played it. And from what I've seen of it, I don't want to. Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's always like an 8-man tag match. It's always like 4 against 4. Am I wrong? And those are brutally long. And as you can see, that's how you get to see the championship with the actual logos on it. You have to have a plate. That's the only way it's going to work.
Making her way to the ring from Florida, the television champion, Jade Gilbert.
So if we're talking about that clipping, that's never going to go away. I mean, I know they said they had dealt with it, but clearly they didn't. Always been my pet peeve. It's like if you have a belt and a jacket, then the jacket needs to be over the belt where you just don't see the belt as much. Or sometimes I'll put them with an entrance where they're carrying the belt over a shoulder or something like that. Justin, thank you for the like. I appreciate it. Whoa, look at Ember. That's an interesting attire. Man, you want to talk about, I mean, a lot of these ladies look really different without their makeup. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they look bad. I'm just saying they look totally different. I mean, Alexa Bliss is gorgeous no matter what, but without the makeup, she don't look like the Alexa Bliss we come to know. Ember Moon doesn't even look like Ember Moon without her makeup. You wouldn't recognize it's the same girl. I mean, she could be in witness protection program without makeup on. Another one, I won't say she doesn't look like herself. She does, but looks totally different, is Allie, a.k.a. Bunny. If you watch her YouTube channel, and, you know, she'll do a lot of stuff, like when she first gets up in the morning, gets ready to, you know, leave the hotel room and all that stuff. I mean, still a pretty girl, don't get me wrong. Just doesn't look the way we see her on TV. She looks like a totally different person. Rented it from Blockbuster. First off, we just got a Blockbuster shout out on this stream. So that now officially makes this the best stream of all time on the nation. And brought it back the same day. Whoa, what was that little scoot right there? I gotta check Jade's sizes out and make sure that she's not a little too tall. I mean, she's a tall girl, I know that. But she seems like a little excessive for the women's division right now. Now, maybe Ember's just that small. I'm not sure, but the Wardlow I had was definitely too big, man. He looked like he'd give Brock a fight. Went for that dropkick, nobody home, and now Jade Cargill had her off her feet just starting to put her in the belly to back. Well, so far, we're having a good little back and forth match here. Little catch as catch can. Juan Cordero is back. Thank you, my friend. And I was right, it's an 8-man tag all the time. So why in the hell would I even want to do that? And I know there's something about cards that you try to complete. No, I don't want to do any of that. I want Universe Mode to work. And I want my championship titles to work. And I want the matches to work the way they're supposed to work. I don't want pinfalls in a ladder match. Now now they said it was a ladder bridge. That was the issue. Jade with the big elbow. Yeah, I really think this call is just a little too tall. But I'll check that out later. Ooh, that's a good move right there. I like that. And with the win. These matches don't go very long for the most part. Hey, I'm happy she didn't kick out of a finisher, though. I'm not going to complain. Some of these camera angles on the replay leave a little something to be desired. What a finisher.
Here is your winner, Jay Gilbert.
The non-title match, so we're not going to get the belt back on her. And that's something else I was hoping to see change. All right, so she didn't have the title, but she's still the champion. Wouldn't she take her belt back and hold it up now anyway? Just to remind you all she's that person? Of course she would in real life. One of these years, they might get around to doing that. What am I saying? They took promos out there. They don't give a shit about reality. Oh, I forgot to take him off. All right. Well, we're going to have a little Forbidden Door action going on here. I'm going to bet my money on Morrison. Especially with the outside interference option. See, MJF, you would have had Wardlow, but no, what'd you do? You fucked with him. Selfie King, thank you, buddy, and thank you for being here, man. It was great having you on board. Look forward to having you back in the future. D-Train, thank you. Huge compliment. Appreciate that very much. Hey, I've never had a stream at 100 likes before, but we just did it, so thank you. The nation comes together. Exciting days, and the best is yet to come. Fix this game. See, it explains now why the patch wasn't as big as I anticipated it was going to be. Because they didn't fix a lot of stuff. They only fixed Universe Mode, it seems. And even then, not for everybody. Thank you, Corey. Couldn't have done it without all of you.
Is scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring.
John Wesley said, let's go.
New York, weighing in at 210 pounds.
I'm starting to think that's not the MJF I'm going to keep because I've seen another one that I think looks better. We'll see. We'll see. They're booing him. Come on now. I mean, this one looks good. Don't get me wrong. But this other one I saw had a really good face scan, kind of like Matt Hardy's level. But at the end of the day, I want the very best for the nation. I want this to be as realistic as we can make it. Can you imagine if that music actually hit in an AEW arena? That would be the best. Now I just want to see The Miz against MJF. Great entrance. Bring up the volumes here a little bit.
Accompanied by The Miz from Los Angeles, California, weighing in at 215 pounds, John Morrison.
Wolfman, welcome aboard. You had what? 3 gigs for what? The patch? Mine wasn't. It was like 600 megs. D-Train, thank you again, man. Yeah, I've been watching this stuff. I tell everybody, The first ever wrestling match that I ever saw that I can remember, I was about 8 years old. I'm in my living room. My uncle, who was at that time probably about 22, stayed the night. And Saturday morning's on, he's watching wrestling. Now, I knew what it was, but I never watched it. And this happened to be a televised day where the tag team titles were on the line, and Rick Martel and Tony Gurria were defending the titles. Martel comes off the top rope on Mr. Fuji. He's about to get the win, and Fuji throws a handful of salt in his eyes and ends up stealing the tag team titles. And I said something that an 8-year-old's not supposed to say, especially when their mother's in the next room. And the rest is history. And I've watched a little bit of everything that's been down the pike. And I just missed wrestling in the 80s, 70s and 80s. Because back then it was real, damn it. They made sure it was real. They hid that kayfabe shit, man. They lived it day and night. You didn't see the bad guys in the good guys' locker room, and they weren't driving around New Jersey smoking dope in the parking lot. Not until the 90s. Or I guess late 80s. I think Duggan and Sheik were probably around 89-ish, 88. Funny thing is, Vince had a cow and a half when that happened, and then, what, a year later?
Well, it's, pal, it's sports entertainment what we do.
So far, a pretty good match. Johnny Dynamite over here in trouble. Yeah, when AWA went on ESPN, that was a big opportunity for a lot of people to start watching it. I still have the very first ever AWA on ESPN show on VHS somewhere. Goes for the cover. He's under the ropes. Not going to get that one. Ox Baker, and you have all the stuff here to make it. I mean, it wouldn't be hard at all. Ooh, 2 count. I'll tell you what, Hawk, I probably ain't going to be able to do it tonight, but next time we're doing one of these open streams like this, if you haven't found one by then, let me know, and maybe we'll just do that, because I think I can knock that out. You'll probably have to put the moveset together. But he was a pretty basic character. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to put his attire together, and I could do that face. I just need to get some pictures up for reference. Ooh, and he missed! He missed! How'd that feel coming down on the plywood? Isaac G. Lolo and KLR on winning the Dusty Cup. Is that like real wrestling or is that call wrestling? And he missed again. He doesn't have much distance going on for him. But man, his model looks really sharp. See, that was one of the things they said was going to be different this year, that the call models would really rival. Oh, he's going for that arm, but he's too close to the ropes. And I don't see that. I mean, I still see it being like it always has, which is the calls are looking good, but are they on the same par? No, of course not. Io Shirai and Kaylee Ray. So wait a minute, was the Dusty Cup females this year? Again, I have not watched the product. I watch a little bit of Raw, a little bit of SmackDown, and really just anything with Roman and Brock. Holy shit, MJF did pull it off. Well, look at that. That was a good match. So that was real wrestling. No kidding. So I guess the Dusty Cup was a female event. Oh, they each had a... All right, that's cool enough, I suppose. Separate nights, or were they kind of back and forth? Why is he walking around like Triple H? Like he's a gorilla. I'll tell you the model I'm not thrilled with this year, and that's Roddy Piper's. This year, of all years, they should have given him that longer hairstyle. All right, moment of truth. El Mago coming in with a rating of 30 versus a 91. We are going to see if these ratings mean anything. This is the test. If you guys find a creation that you think is really solid, try and jot down the creator's name, and then we can shout it out here on the channel, and then maybe even go look at it ourselves, and might be eligible for an episode of Call Wars. Indeed, this is the ultimate jobber rating. No two ways about it. Separate nights is probably the way to go, although I also think it could have worked out if you shared the night and just went back and forth. Would have probably done better for the ratings. I'm going to guess the women's show probably didn't have as many eyes on it. Not that it shouldn't have, traditionally that's the way it works. Yeah, I have not seen anything with Kurt Angle that looks good yet, but it's coming. It's definitely going to come. He's another one that's not hard to do, really. Especially being bald, that makes it all the easier. All you got to do is get a good face scan, which to him shouldn't be hard.
Is scheduled for one fall.
One fall.
Making his way to the ring from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. Weighing in at 241 pounds, the Superstar.
Making his way to his funeral. El Mago is a created wrestler for the game, and realistically, all of them are. El Ordinario is basically a rip-off of El Generico, and I even think they did use Sami Zayn's model underneath it. It looks like it. What is happening with his hat? Oh, is it the lighting? It's the lighting. I might have to tweak that lighting. And that entrance.
From Brooksville, Florida, weighing in at 300.
Yeah, we're going to tweak that entrance. And that's why we do these things in the beginning of the new game launches, because some things get lost in the mix, and my goodness, I would not want him making that as his official entrance. All right, I've seen enough. We're going to fix that. I promise we're going to fix it. 105 likes. Thank you, guys. This was going to be like a 1 hour stream, but you guys are keeping me going. 5 hours. 5 hours. This is insane. I did an all-night stream as a charity fundraiser about 4 years ago. And there was a moment on that where we were doing an AWA version of a program. We were doing several different promotions throughout the night, and we got to the AWA, and it was called Gold Rush. And all of a sudden, people just kind of subbing left and right. Boom, 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 boom. And that was because New Legacy, which is a pretty well-known channel here on YouTube, if you don't know it, you should be checking them out, basically decided to come. I guess they've been watching my stuff, and they said to their viewers, hey, we're going to go check out his stream for what he's doing, raising the fund and all that. And it was like one after another. But I'll tell you right now, that lasted for about an hour or so of the 6-7 hour stream, and nobody has any range in this match. Jeez. But, man, this has been 5 solid hours of audience participation and just loving this stream. This is now my official favorite stream of all time. And I thank all of you for making it that way. Okay, do it, Almago. I will be capturing this video. I will be sending it in. I'll post it on every social media I can. And we are going to prove that the ratings don't mean shit in this game. Look at this. He's out 30. Kick his ass. He shouldn't be able to reverse a damn thing. He done made Bray upset now. Look at that. Didn't have to be this way. Why is the front of the crowd frozen? That's a really good question. They weren't that way before the patch. Maybe it was something the Fiend did. I told you guys, I said it. For whatever they fix, they're going to fuck up something else. And bam, there you have it. The ringside crowd is catatonic. Oh, here we go. The kiss of death. Boy, not really hooking that leg. Well, at least he got the win. But I feel like that was a lot more of a match than it should have ever been with a 30. Going with Alexa Bliss's music. We'll probably change that up a little bit too.
Here is your winner, Winston.
We got a lot of changing to do to him. Funny thing is, in call mode, you know, in the studio, he looks a lot more like him than he does in gameplay. You don't normally have that problem. Bray must have brainwashed the front row. Well, let's see if it I didn't notice it until that was just pointed out. So let's see if it happens in every match. Danhausen cursed the front row fans. Indeed. $19.90X. What is 1990X? Is that a character or is that a creator? Soul Rider? So right now the front row is moving. Let's see what happens once the bell rings. So here's another issue. And I can double check it, but I am sure that I went back into entrance mode and that I added the Western music to his entrance. And yet it's not playing.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall.
Just like that nameplate shouldn't be on the belt right now, but it is.
Virginia, weighing in at 235 pounds.
Oh, it's as broken as 2K20. It's just different.
Adam Page.
It's got a lot of issues right now. All right, so Soul Rider is the creator. Then Wardlow was his creation, so I'll look for that. I'll do a search right after this card is done. We can go bounce over there and take a look at Wardlow's. What I'll do off stream, because it's boring as hell and would not be fun for the stream, is go through all of my logos now and get rid of the ones that aren't currently in use, because between the belts that I've deleted and the different calls that I have now deleted to upgrade to others, it's just to that point where it'll be better off. But at least we finally have a mode where, and here comes Sting with no music. What the hell?
Beach, California, weighing in at 247 pounds. Sting.
I still say that's the best Sting call out there. So there's something wrong with the music not working. The nameplates on the belt show up even when you put them to be hidden. And for the life of me, I cannot figure out why the music's not playing. Yes, JDN, you're so right about that. And I've recommended that for a while because it might not delete all of them, but it has definitely caused havoc. And in this game, even when I did it one at a time, it still messed up a couple of other ones that had nothing to do with that logo, which I couldn't figure out. Anyone who doesn't know what we're referring to, if I delete a wrestler in utilities, it'll give you the option of deleting them and any images that are associated with that created wrestler. There'll be two options. One is that, and then the other one, nice crossbody. The other one will be that we'll delete any images that are not being shared with another wrestler. So in other words, if there was something from Adam Page that I used on another wrestler and I was deleting Adam Page, it would get rid of all of his images except that one that was shared by someone else. Well, that's bullshit. It never works that way. And it ends up ruining 2 or 3 other characters that never ever had the logos shared. So even with 2K19, I learned that the best way to do it is delete the wrestler, not the logos. Then go to the logos and one at a time, and it is tedious, especially when you're at that 1,000 mark. But go through them and then manually highlight the ones that you know aren't being used, and that normally works. That said, the last time I did it with this game, I did still have some problems. "60-year-old Sting doing pretty well for himself so far. Going all British Bulldog on him with this long hanging suplex. Makes him think about it. And now Sting goes for the cover. He only gets 2. I can't do Shivani after 5 hours of streaming. My voice is toast. I feel like we just saw this somewhere before. Oh, the front row is catatonic once again. So that's something. I'm going to have to set up a Twitter account. I just got to be able to rag on 2K, and that's the best way to do it. Ooh, crossbody comes up short by the old man. I feel vindicated, though. I so predicted that they were going to screw this game up with the patch. For whatever they would fix, they were going to screw up equally. Nah, JDN, that's a good question. I didn't recognize. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Nice to see they fixed the game. I'm walking on sunshine. Oh, you made that one. Thought he was going to go to the eyes. I might have to check on Hangman, too. He might be a little bit too tall. Oh, he got him with the clothesline. Well, good to see the world champ getting a win. See, now my version of my GM, if I were going to make one that I would want to play, is I get to book the matches. I get to book the outcomes of the matches. I get to book run-ins. I get that. That's what my GM is in my book. So you come out with that, and I'll want to play it. But this crap they got here, nah, man, I can do better in universe mode. Now I got to go and check out. I didn't know that there was an option of saving it in universe mode. Normally, when you save the music, it's just saved. You got to go into the character and then save it to universe mode. Okay, well, when this is all said and done, we can try that. Never had to do it before. It hits different. All right, seriously. I feel bad. And I think you all know why.
Oh yes, Danhausen here. Very nice. Very evil. Very famous. You are watching the channel that is very nice and very evil. The Nation Network. Isn't that good? Yes, it's true. If you're not watching the Nation Network housing, you are. Wait for it. Wait for it. Cursed.
And now we're just leading him to his death. This is our main event, ladies and gentlemen. Will the Redeemer beat the ever-living shit out of Danhausen? Methinks he will. Got to resize the game on my screen. Like in the stream, you can see the blue bar filling up, but on my TV screen, I don't get to see that. I got to bring the size of the screen down just a little bit.
Well, it's time. It's time. It's Miro time.
The following contest.
Yeah, D-Train, I agree. 2K22 has definitely moved the ball forward. There's Big JH.
Weighing in at 272 pounds.
What's up, buddy? We are just checking this thing out. My prediction to you, JH, was what? They're going to fix something and they were going to break something. Wait till you see the front rows of the crowd. Ringside is catatonic once the bell rings, man. It's bad. The belts still do not work. The only thing that has been fixed is you can download a roster and still play Universe mode. That is the only thing that's been repaired. But when you're playing Universe mode, just know the front row ain't going to do nothing. They're petrified. And I don't mean scared petrified. I mean like wood petrified. Dadgum 10:30, man. This has been forever. Oh, no, dude, I wasn't expecting a perfect game. Do not get me wrong. You won't get that. But, come on, man. The front row was working before. I just want to know how you break stuff that's working.
This world. Weighing in at 187 pounds. Dan Howe Sam.
All right, well, enjoy this moment, buddy, because I think you're about to get squashed. Well, if they're asleep standing up with their eyes wide open. There they are. Completely catatonic. Way to go, 2K. You're going to make me start up a Twitter account. Unbelievable. Shazam! Well, what I heard about the win-loss record is that it's not keeping accurate stats. A lot of people were actually complaining about that. I never pay attention to it, so I don't even know, but... I mean, especially for AEW, it would be a nice thing to have working. By the way, have we actually put any predictions on this thing? Tornado punch. Shades of Kerry Von Erich. And look at this. Big splash. Series of chops, kicks, punches. Butt kickings galore. Ooh, nice open hand slap to the chest. You can hear that in the upper deck. And the front row went mild. $2K must have a YouTube page, right? All right, media. Well, welcome aboard. The new guy says. Appreciate you being here. This is not a typical stream. We're having a really good time, though. Feel free to check out some of the other content. You'll get a better idea of what normal looks like. But right now, we've got a new game launch. We've got some issues that we're trying to work through as a community. And he may have drawn blood. Miro's in trouble now on the top row. Look at this, Danhausen. Coup de grace. This will be an upset. There was somehow Danhausen managing to kick out of that one. The blood flowing down my face. This is our main event here on AEW Dynamite. The Redeemer, can he be redeemed? Hey, at least we got blood this time around that you can see, and kind of hokey in the way it goes. It's not as wrestling-like as 2K19 was. But I will take it over last year's. If you were lucky and you beat the ever-living crap out of a guy, you'd get a couple of scratches randomly on his face. Whereas that at least looks like a cut over the eye, so I guess I can deal with that. I've yet to see anybody truly busted wide open. Jeez! Taking the nasty plunge. Hey, buddy, you're doing that without a pool. JDN, man, what are you looking for a moveset for? Because honestly, if you just do a search for the movesets for that character, you're going to find good ones out there. But I'll agree with you on one thing. I've seen a lot more of them coming out without accurate movesets in them. And that's another thing I haven't checked out on a lot of these that I downloaded today. So I've still got a lot of housekeeping to do before we're ready to completely switch over to 2K22. I thought he was going to do like a running senton off the apron there for a moment. He had that froggy look on him like he was going to jump. Yeah, there is a count out, but let me tell you what. If it gets to 10, there is a very long hesitation on 10 to the point where you think it's broke. In a recent episode of League of Legends, Jesse Ventura lost his mind over a should-be 10 count. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Danhausen. Dun 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 dun. Danhausen. Oh, he's sizing him up. Connects right on that wound. He's close to the ropes. This is gonna be an upset. He got him. Holy shit! Danhausen gets the win. Super kick! Super kick! Super kick! Well, the Redeemer. I'm having flashbacks to the 1-2-3 Kid on Monday Night Raw. I'm not lying. Not the way I would have booked it. Or maybe I would have. Who knows? Danhausen's already over. See, now I would not do a brand split with Dynamite and Rampage. What I see as a better option would be Ring of Honor and Rampage and Dynamite, with Rampage and Dynamite being its own program. 3 stars, no kidding. No love for that. Well, proved me wrong. I thought he was going to his own funeral, and instead he was going on to victory. Big win for the man, Danhausen. All right. Potential rivalry, do you think? That face Miro's making now is because of the results. All right, let me check out this thing about my music. That I did not notice that option. So I'm going to go, let me go back. What do you got me doing here? How far back do I got to go in the comments? Let's see. You got to go into the character and then save it to universe, which I thought I did, but maybe not. All right. Let's do this first. Let's go with entrance. That's what I'm looking for. And I caramba this shit. Let's go with Adam Page. All right, there's the first one. Now, I know a lot of people aren't happy about the fact that you can't customize your entrances anymore, but I always found that usually ended up looking kind of hokey for only one reason. And that's because between cuts in an introduction and an entrance, they should have cut in an audience clip. Like they were panning the crowd. And they weren't doing that. They used to do it back in the old days, but they weren't doing it anymore. So now what you'd have is a guy coming off the stage doing one thing, and then you want him to transition into the next thing. But without that audience cut in between, it was a really hard cut, and it didn't work well. Okay, who are we working on here? Okay. Entrance music. I know I changed it. And I think I went with 4. Okay. Now if I go to accept. Now, how could I have accepted it if I didn't have that slot available at the time, right? But even so, it should still be in here for editing mode, and it wasn't showing up that there was music, and there was. So I'm just not sure. Let me see what I got here. Custom entrance. Because I don't believe he had any music playing either. And like I said, this is the first time where that's actually been a real thing. Normally, when you would select one, it just automatically put it in the other 3. And it's like, why did you have these other options here? And now you really can customize each individual, whether it's a car or one of the base characters, and have them at different levels of their career, depending on which slot they're in. All right, so this one has music, and he didn't have it playing during the entrance, though, right? But I don't like that music anyway, so it's a good thing we're here. But the same way the nameplate shows up on the belt even when you tell it to take the nameplate off the belt. I have a funny feeling it's going to be the same with this. Let's see. What music can we get? Anything good here? No. That's not terrible. That is. Boom! I can go with that. I'm sure Alexa's okay. All of those normally come with their own sets already there. All right, well, JDM, we're going to put this all to the test and figure it out together. No. This is what it's all about. Make sure that we're all sharing information. This way we can get the best out of the product. Takes a village to raise a video game. Especially one with the front row is catatonic. When did he start wearing the Jim Carrey mask? I don't recall that, but I haven't seen him lately. This is good music for him. Good entrance for him. I'm good with this. Yeah, Bradshaw was another one that I felt... There was a couple of things. Now I'm starting to wonder... Because I made a tag team of them in the League of Legends slot for the League of Legends, and they didn't come out as a tag team. They came out individually. Him and Farouk. Bobby Fish. Oh, you know what? You're right. He does. Do you remember what it's called offhand? I have it somewhere. I'd have to pull it up. I think it's on my phone. If you happen to know what it's called, I will definitely switch over to that. I'm surprised I didn't think about it. Good call. I love the fact that the music shuts down while the load screen goes in. We can't do two things at once. This is 2K, baby. What you thinking? We hit different. Ugh. No. Okay, if it's set for the AJ Styles entrance, then why did I just see a limo? And by the way, I made that logo completely with the game itself because I was trying to save logo spots. I might just keep it anyway. And I got to change the red on his tights to white. Like I said, there's still a ways to go yet. This is not ready for public consumption, in my opinion, yet. Thunderous Boom. Let's get us some Thunderous Boom, shall we? They actually have two of his entrances, right? Thunderous Boom is one, and I forget what the other one is, but I like that one best. I remember when I saw that, I was like, man, I'm surprised somebody put all that time into a created wrestler like this one and missed that little detail. But it's all good. We got it now. Come on. Here we go. All right, let's see. Motion. Thunderous Boom. Boom. Adam Cole, baby. Was there a championship moveset for him? Entrance for him? World's Strongest? No. See if anything looks right. Yeah, I like this one a lot. Kyle Knight Rider champion? What the hell's a Knight Rider? I thought I had seen somewhere that they had two for him. Okay. Well, either way, I like this one, so we're good with that. Thank you, King. Yep, we're going to check out Wardlow in just a bit here. All right, so we're just going to go back with this one then. All right, we'll go with that for now because I can test those out and just make sure that fixed the problem. One more thing. I do want to see one more. Hold on. Pretty sure I had some music for him, but I just want to find out. Could definitely make a good Titantron for him using the video feature because they've got that swirly background thing, and then you could import the stills of his face, the way they show up on the screens in general when he does his intros, and make him bounce around stuff. I mean, it would look really spot on. But most of my arenas, they don't have the Titantrons working. They just have the arena name so far as what the show name is, and that's the way it is. So probably won't go down that path. No, no music. Okay, I really thought I did. All right, so we need some hokey music here. It could be. No, this is that foul mouth song, isn't it? That almost works. Not quite, but almost. I know nothing about Cameron Grimes, but he looks kind of cool in the game. I haven't gotten around to playing as him yet.
Yeah. All right. Look, let me tell a little story about a guy named Grimes. He said at home.
Let's see. Knight Rider is Paige. Ooh. Wonder how that came about. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I like that. That fits the character. All right. Well, like I said, I'll go through the rest of those later on. Let's jump back over to our community tab. Gonna look at Wardlow. Won't be hard to find them, only 3 pages. And we are looking for, I'll know the name when I see it. Two pages down. Oh, you ain't on page 3 neither. Let's go back to page 1. So this is the one I've got currently, which is by Mr. Fiend. This is also Mr. Fiend, so same one, just a little bit of a tweak. Deacon's Bomb. I'm not seeing the creator name that you had mentioned, buddy. Grave Worm. I'll check it out. I'm really happy with the one I got, but I'm always looking for something better if it's there. This looks pretty solid right here. Who's this? Hillbilly KO. Whoa. Did Wardlow have that hair? I don't remember seeing him with that hair. It says Soul Rider underneath the PSN logo. All right, let me check again then. So, PSN logo. Looking for Soul Rider. There's Soul Rider. Oh yeah, that's the one I have. That's the one I'm using. But he made it huge. I mean, he made him like 6'5" and just massive. So I had to bring him down to earth on that part. But other than that, solid work. All right, let's look at the CM Punk. What am I looking for here? Kung Fu Cause. Anybody remember that cartoon, Kung Fu Fooey? The dog Kung Fu. If I don't pull it up under this, then we'll just do a CM Punk search and see if we can find him that way. Yeah, I had a feeling. "46 pages. Well, hopefully we find him in the first couple. Oh, he just uploaded it? All right. Well, let's go ahead with most recent then. We might have a better shot at finding it. And that might be the reason why I have not seen it yet. That's not Kung Fu. What the hell is this? Armand from the White Lotus. Don't know what that is. Oh, we got to get David Arquette. That's who I forgot. That's got to be the one. That's not him, though, is it? It does look good. Take a look at this one. I don't see no Kung Fu in this, though. I will say it looks good. Okay. Well, I'm looking for anything that looks like Kung Fu at all when I start getting to these, so we'll give it a couple pages here and see if we get lucky. I don't think he could, if he just uploaded it recently, I don't think he could have got it that far up the ladder that quickly. Unless he has a strong following that would have known. We got here description. Let's try this one more time. Didn't we just see a whole bunch of pages and it all disappeared? Whoa, what happened there? Only 2 pages? Really? All right, well, we're going to try this then. And like I said, you can't just do a space and put another word there. You got to do a whole separate line for a separate word. It's crazy. Go to most downloaded and work our way back that way and just real quick and see. Otherwise, might have to wait till he gets a little bit more. Dre does great work. And that might be the one I'm using. Let me see. Pretty sure that's what I'm using right now. nothing kung fu there. This looks good. CM Punk. Dr. Chirpo. Only one attire. Does look good, though. Johnny Lawrence, nice. And that actually is a pretty good face scan. It's another Dre. Chris Cross will make you go, what? Chef Gordon Ramsay. I like when they do the celebrity ones, man. Oh, this looks like a pretty good one down here. ZZ List. Might have a little shine going on the face there. It's hard to tell. There's one of my favorites, Negan. Still not seeing anything. And again, these are all looking pretty solid at this point. Mr. Friend X. Look at him telling you how many logos are in there. That's a boy, I wish they all had that. Mr. Fiend X, I should add him. This looks really good. Man, there's a whole bunch of them looking pretty good now. I truly don't remember which one I downloaded anymore. Forsaken. Miguel Diaz. They got the whole Karate Kid lineup here. There's Robbie. Mr. Fiend again. Duke Sherpo. I had him on the first search. Which first search? That's the problem when you have a 20-second delay on a stream. Ooh, MJF looking good. I haven't seen anything that said Kung Fu on it. But I've seen a whole bunch of them that look good. I mean, my first search was most recent, right? And if he's only been up there for a little bit, like you said, he should be within the first 5 or 6 pages. I mean, like I said, unless he's got a huge following. Super Hitman. If you can get his actual creator ID, I can probably locate him that way. Big Circle. In the description was what? Kung Fu? Because I didn't see anything. But man, this looks good. I'll give it one more shot. Oh, Big Circle was him. Okay, well. Now I can't remember which one that was. See, if you'd have told me Big Circle, then I'd have known to stop. I think it's on this next page. Let's see. Yeah, Big Circle. And that does look solid, I'll tell you what. Got the move sets in there. It's not bad at all. Even has the thigh tattoos going on there. Has not missed a trick. And the paint looks good. I'll tell you what, we'll give him a call wars going up against the one I currently got, and we'll let the audience decide. All right, last thing we're going to look for here is an MJF and see, because I remember seeing one that I really thought was just amazing. Of course, I didn't download him and actually look at him to see if he was. Schneider Ramirez. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard. You are now officially a member of the nation. Stick around, check out some of the other content, getting a feel for what we do here, and hopefully you'll stop by and watch the live streams when we do the actual shows. How'd you find it, by the way? I'm curious to know. All right, let's do this quick search here for MJF. Reset everything there. I'm going to have to delete a lot of logos tomorrow. So I do MJF, and what do I get? CM Punk. This is the one I currently have. This doesn't look bad. Let me see. Well, actually, that might be the one. See, it's hard to tell sometimes because they're so close now. Man, that is a solid Michael Jordan. That looks legit. We were talking about the mask earlier. There you go. This doesn't look bad either. Like I said, they're all starting to come together now. The best is rising to the top. It's only 7 pages. Won't hurt us to look through them. No. That looks like my Rise character. Kreese! Man, that looks good. Oh, please. Make it stop. I'd probably be under federal investigation if I downloaded him in this game for what I'd do to him. Not seeing anything really good in MJF once you get off the first page. Oh, wait a minute. Speaking too soon. This is probably the one I just saw a minute ago, though, isn't it? Oh, it's different. Now, it looks like there might be an issue with the face. Let's see if the thumbnail looks better. Decisions. The one I've got has 2 attires. This one has 2 attires as well, but one of them is in the suit, which... I don't think so. Zadok is really good. As a matter of fact, that's the one I think I downloaded. I've got about 2 or 3 of his. I think he's even one of my favorites. Ooh, that looks good. Not feeling the robe. Holy cow, that looks really good. Omega Monkey. Does he come out with a big old robe like that? I don't recall him having this big old Ric Flair looking robe. But man, that face looks amazing. Got the moveset. We're going to take a look at it. We're going to have some Call Wars tomorrow is what I think we're going to see. We're going to put them head to head and hook them up. You were trying to find an interesting video to watch on YouTube and you found us. Well, I'll tell you what. I appreciate you being here, brother. 6 hours in, I'm about toast. I had a lot more energy 6 hours ago, but I think we're still holding up pretty good. The nation is strong. The force is strong with this one. Braun Cena. You gotta love it. Sadie Adler. Red Dead Redemption 2, if you're not familiar. And Dutch. Not bad, but I don't think that's going to take over from the one I got or the one I just downloaded. Braun Cena Part 2. Gold friggin' Berg. Oh, good, Carl Anderson. I hadn't seen one up until now. Let's see. What just happened? I don't know what just happened, man. The game froze for a moment. All right, content by creator. Let's see what they got. Oh, we got a nice Luchasaurus. Well, what good is Anderson without Gallows? You got to have both. But that's a good Anderson. Yeah, I've got Zadok stuff. Like the Malachi is his. And maybe even the Eddie Kingston, I think, is his that I've got. And very possibly the MJF. I wish when you downloaded this stuff that somewhere there would be a tag, like if you went into edit or something, where it would show you who the creator was. Obviously, I wouldn't want it appearing on screen because it'd just take away from the overall effect of the thing, but... And then we're back to page 1, so... Like I said, these look good. Can't go wrong. I mean, anything on page 1, you're going to be okay. Just personal preference. And even page 2 and 3, I think, had a couple things going on. Maybe not page 2 so much. All right, let's pop out and take a look at this thing. Up close and personal. Yes, Grave Worm. We've been looking at his Jericho for days now. And I think both Omega, I've got his Omega. And Okada, I just don't have a use for in my world, but it looks good. Can you use the share play feature? I believe you can, as long as it's available in the region you're sharing with. I know sometimes when you have people you're trying to play with from overseas, if the game hasn't been out to them yet, or even if it has been released, there's times where games won't work But generally speaking, it shouldn't be an issue. I've not tried it, so I can't say firsthand. All right, so we did what? MJF and CM Punk. So we'll start with the C's. Now, this is the one I've been using. I don't remember which one that was so far as whose. I'm surprised I didn't give him a better screenshot than that. Well, let's take a look at this because this does look pretty legit. Is that Princess Leia? And I'm presuming Han Solo. I did not know he had those tattoos. Of course he would. Yeah, that looks really good. What I like is the tattoos aren't overwhelming. It's like they're there, but they blend pretty well. They're not burnt out on the edges or anything like that. They're stretched out nice. This is solid. And let's just double check. We had 2 attires. Let's take a look at this one real quick. We may be replacing the other one. Got the Triple X on the side, the Punk on that side. For your life. Andrew Roberts, there's no excuse. You should not be at work. You should be here watching streams. That's all right. You got to make a buck, man. Glad you're here. It's been a long one, buddy, but we've been having a good time here trying to figure out what 2K's got right, what they got wrong, and of course, they messed stuff up that was working perfectly fine before. That was my prediction from the get-go. And I was already okay with the thumbnail, so yeah, we're good. I'll have to go into my universe mode and decommission the other CM Punk in order to delete him. But yeah, we'll be going with this one. Good call. And that's what we're looking for, man. When you guys know that there is a top-notch creation out there, send it my way. I will definitely look it up. And if it's better than what I got, I will put it into rotation. Because at the end of the day, we want this thing to be as accurate as possible. I'm a realist. And saying I'm a realist, he's 6'2", and that's a joke. He is not 6'2". If I'd have caught that a second ago, I'd have brought him down a notch. 6'1", maybe. Maybe. Let's see how he stacks up when we put him in the ring with other created wrestlers. And he's a relatively smaller sized guy. I mean, gets the job done. Yeah, Graveworm, go ahead and put the hashtags up there to help me find the right one, 'cause there's a bunch of them out there. I just downloaded one right now that has been really given all the props in the world, and after looking at it close up earlier tonight, I got to admit, that's a whole lot better than what I was working on. When I saw the video of that thing, I stopped working on mine. I said, no, this guy's got me. Yeah, Grave Worm. They definitely boost up the height and the weight, and the problem with that is when you go with that in a game like this, and all of a sudden he's eye to eye with Lesnar, that's a problem. Yeah, I was thinking 6'1" also. Might be about right. Edit custom superstar. I wonder if it'll let me delete him without removing him from the universe first. I always thought that was an option that should have just been right there in the deletion. It's like, do you want to remove him from a universe mode? Yes. Why do I have to go it separately? Delete. You sure you want to delete this? Oh. Well, I stand corrected. You don't have to go into universe mode this year to delete. Now watch, my whole universe mode is corrupt. I shouldn't even joke. All right, well, without doing a call, Wars, it's already been decided. That's CM Punk. We're moving forward. Really, there wasn't a debate to be had. It was a... And the other one was good, so, I mean, that's saying something. I love my Britt Baker, man. She is looking right. What was the other one we did? Oh, Wardlow. I don't think anybody else. Like I said, this Fiend right here, it's going to be tough for anyone to top that thing. It came out so good. And I don't even have a real use for him. I'm not planning on using him. I appreciate really good work like that. If it gets down to a point where I need to open a cost slot, he might be going simply because I need the slot. Of course, Tony Khan will probably go first. There's Wardlow number 1. What was the other one we downloaded? Oh, no, we didn't. I already had him. That's why I didn't download him. Never mind. Then we got Wyndham Rotunda here. Well, now I'm curious that I've deleted CM Punk from the universe mode. I wonder if it could have done any damage to it. Let's see. It is getting late, boys and girls. You guys have been keeping me up. No, it's still looking good. Yeah, we'll put them on both. What the hell? Yeah, that does look tight. Next show. This is Rampage. This thing got a squash match to look forward to. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I just want to see if the music carried over, so we're going to customize. And we are going to go with... let's go this way. We'll go with Danhausen. And the Hangman, and see if the music is there for both of them. Very bright lights. Oh, the entrance is not that big a deal because, like you said, it's in the game. It's just a couple of clicks and it's real simple. Anybody can make that work. The hard part is creating the characters, especially when you got something like The Fiend. There's so many different layers and you want to try and make it as accurate as possible. And just the mask alone, you know, it's seldom going to be done with one image. You generally got to put 2 or 3 together. And even then, you still have to place them right. And they don't give you the right mask, really, to work with. But this guy did a good job of making something out of nothing. I like the pyro sound effects, though. It's got that hollowed out thud to it. Different than other years. All right, let's see what kind of damage we've done here. If we can get the music. Danhausen coming off of an upset victory over the Redeemer. Should have bet money on that one. What are the odds? The odds would have probably been like 15-1, wouldn't you think? Jenna has the best sting. Well, like I said, the one I got now, for me, is just as good as it gets. I'm happy with it. I don't imagine I'm going to change from it, but I will always look at something else. So, and at the end of the day, the community decides. If it is indeed the best thing, it will get pushed up there because people always want to have the best, especially when it's for free. Like, I want to have the best audience, but the first 5 rows are catatonic now. What are you going to do? And we do have music. That is good. Yes, it's very good. Very good and very evil.
The following
Okay, that's one down. Let's see that cowboy shit. Yeah. All right, that means I'm going to have to go through my whole roster tomorrow. Well, that's exactly why I like to live stream this stuff, because I might not have caught that. Definitely not right away. So I thank you. Saved me a whole bunch of time and frustration.
from Arlington, Virginia, weighing in at 235.
I might change my mind when I see it. Like I said, always looking for the best.
Champion, Adam Page.
Well, this has been a very productive stream. I thank all of you for that, because it wouldn't have happened without you. All right, well, I do have work to get to in the morning, so it is time for me to say good night to all of you. What a great stream. Thank you all so much. Record-breaking day here in the nation for the number of views, number of comments, length of stay. It has just been an awesome, awesome stream, and I thank all of you so much for that. I needed that today, believe me. It was a great pick-me-up. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing the same thing, probably around the 5 o'clock hour Eastern Standard Time, somewhere in that ballpark. In the meantime, I bid you all a fond farewell and adieu. We'll see you right back here next time, live from ringside. Until then, so long, everybody.